Chapter 25-24. See under Sir T, in Zi-Chen's perception. Those who had been biding their time were now moving towards the battlefield. Zi-Chen could guess why they were coming. Lindsay, you guys back off. The you guys here were, of course, Lindsay and Steward Mac in the carriage. With the 4 level 4 hunters trapped, the only ones who could fight were Lindsay and him. Obviously, as a beastmaster, Lindsay had only one saber-toothed tiger left. It was already a problem for him to protect himself, let alone fight. Zi-Chen grasped the sheathed longsword in his hand. Zi-Chen's eyes were fixed on the forest. Lindsay was still a little confused. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Many people rushed out of the forest. Level 4 hunters were already very powerful. It was already very impressive that there were 4 of them in this team. The reason why Dragon Mountain could send out so many level 4 hunters was because they had sent out several small teams, which was equivalent to mobilizing their entire force. Lindsay was dumbfounded by the appearance of the hunters. Steward Mac's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. Behind him, the head that had poked out seemed to be a little too excited. Kill! Battle cries were heard. Everyone rushed towards them. Damn it! Dunley cursed. He wanted to break away from the battlefield and help. That little guy must have been summoned by you. He's too annoying. You should wait a while before you collect his body. Edgar sneered. He and the people beside him strengthened their attacks, preventing Dunley from breaking out. In the other 3 places, Yage and the others were also going all out. However, the people from Dragon Mountain had a good understanding of their combat strength, so they were firmly suppressing them. Zi-Chen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I'll guard this place. Don't be careless and get hurt." His expression was surprisingly calm at this moment. "You're asking for death." Edgar sneered. As for Dunley's team, they had long since made precise calculations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cripple all of the level 3 Beastmasters in a single exchange. As for Zi-Chen, they naturally knew when he had joined them and why he had joined them. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was only slightly stronger than Hotetter. This time, in order to deal with Zi-Chen, they had sent out many level 3 hunters and dozens of level 2 hunters. They believed that it would be a piece of cake for them to kill Zi-Chen. Therefore, he found Zi-Chen's confidence laughable. These people rushed forward quickly. The young girl in the carriage was eager to give it a try, but she was stopped by Steward Mac. He wanted to wait for a while before making his move. When these people arrived in front of Zi-Chen, all kinds of weapons flashed with cold light. Shwa! In Zi-Chen's hand, the broken sword was unsheathed. The black arc of the sword flashed, and at the same time his figure changed rapidly. Like a shadow in the dark night, Zi-Chen changed 9 times and went in 9 different directions. After 9 flashes, he returned to his original position. His sword collided with the weapon of a level 3 hunter, and he took advantage of the momentum to take 5 steps back and stabilize himself. Among the people who were rushing forward, 9 of them had stopped halfway. The weapons in their hands were still raised high, but they didn't make any further moves. There was a clear line of blood on their necks. Their expressions were frozen, and their lives were fading away. Soon, a thud was heard, and they fell to the ground one by one. 9 lightning strikes, 9 people killed in an instant. Even though he had only killed 9 rank 2 hunters, this scene was still enough to shock everyone. In the carriage, the housekeeper and the young girl who saw this scene were also shocked. The housekeeper's expression didn't change much, but the young girl's eyes were shining, as if she was attracted by the move just now. Kill! Edgar also saw the changes on this side, and his face was filled with anger. He naturally knew that Zi-Chen had killed more than 10 people in an instant outside Mingfei town. However, he didn't think that it was Lin Fan's normal fighting power. It was probably caused by something special that couldn't be used for long battles. However, seeing 9 of them die in an instant still made him feel heartache. These shocked level 3 hunters immediately reacted. Without saying anything, they waved their weapons and slashed at Zichen. In their eyes, Zichen could kill level 2 hunters, but he couldn't do anything to them. Zichen's speed was indeed fast, but if they encountered him, it wasn't impossible for them to dodge. Shwa! 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 Zichen took a few more steps back and flashed again. This time it was 9 flashes again. After 9 flashes, 6 hunters died. 3 of them were saved by level 3 hunters. Their faces were pale as they retreated with the other level 2 hunters. They looked at Zichen with fear in their eyes. A level 3 hunter blocked the level 2 hunters and saved 3 of them. They were even more certain that Zichen could only kill level 2 hunters, but couldn't do anything to level 3 hunters. I didn't think that using this kind of speed to bully low-level hunters would be so good. The young girl who was already standing on the carriage said, her eyes shining, "Level 2 hunters, go kill that guy. Level 3 hunters, go." Edgar ordered indifferently. Therefore, the level 2 hunters quickly retreated as if they had been granted amnesty. They then turned around and went to kill Lindsay. As for the level 3 hunters, they rushed towards Zichen. There were 8 of them, and they were full of confidence. Sigh. Looking at these people, Zichen sighed. He knew that it was impossible to hide his true strength. Back then, he could hide his heavenly thunder wings after killing Hotetter. However, facing today's battle, he obviously could not hide his true strength. Wang. On his back, the heavenly thunder wings appeared like spots of light, flapping gently. This scene shocked the hunters, but they didn't stop. Instead, they sped up. 9 lightning strikes. Zichen let out a low roar in his heart, following which, the lightning wings on his back began to vibrate as he rushed forward at an extremely fast pace. Suddenly, there was a light in the dark night. The light was as dazzling as a shooting star and as fast as a shooting star. The light shone in all directions, illuminating the faces of the hunters. Under the cover of the light, the fierce battle seemed to have come to a halt. When the light shone, Steward Mac's eyes lit up. They were as bright as Xing Chen's, but they couldn't compare to the light that was shining like a shooting star. The young girl with bright eyes opened her mouth in shock. As for Lindsay, who was preparing to face the level 2 hunters, when he saw the light, he was stunned, just like the other level 2 hunters. What's going on? On the hill in the distance, there was a hoarse voice with a hint of anger. The shooting star flashed 8 times, changing directions 8 times. It was so fast that no sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Those who were confident that they could block Zichen's extreme speed realized that they couldn't even see Zichen's shadow. All they could see was the light, and it was a very bright light. After 8 flashes, Zichen returned to his original position, under the light of the heavenly thunder wings. His face was abnormally pale. No one knew if it was caused by the light of the heavenly thunder wings, or if Zichen had used too much energy. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the changes in Zichen's expression. All they were paying attention to was the situation of the 8 level 3 hunters after the light flashed. They shifted their attention to the 8 level 3 hunters. Even though it was night, they could still see that the 8 level 3 hunters were in bad shape. Like the level 2 hunters, they had stopped attacking and their expressions were frozen. There was a deep wound on each of their necks. Pooh! 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 Blood gushed out from the wounds on their necks. With frozen expressions, the level 3 hunters fell backwards. 8 level 3 hunters, dead in an instant. Instant kill. Amazing! Looking at the 8 people who had fallen to the ground, the young girl secretly praised in her heart. It had to be said that under such a battle situation, Zichen's killing methods were really too shocking. Moreover, his actions with light effects were surprisingly beautiful in this dark night. Sai felt a chill in his heart. When Zichen's body was shining, he had already looked at Zichen. However, after that there was only light in his eyes. He couldn't see any movement from Zichen. Other than light, there was only light. When the light disappeared, the 8 level 3 hunters were already dead. He had never seen such speed before. When Dun Li and the others saw this scene, their hearts were also filled with shock. However, in addition to the shock, they were naturally filled with joy. If they had to use words to express their joy, they would only say one thing to Zichen. Even if 300 drops of sacred origin liquid was too little, they should at least give him 400 drops like Lin Sai. In this battle, Zichen had given them a huge surprise. As long as these people could not cause them any harm, then as long as the battle continued, the shield stand side would naturally have a chance of winning. Looking around, there were only a few level 2 hunters left. All of the level 3 hunters were dead. To Zichen, they were no longer a threat. Zichen turned around, the lightning wings on his back gently flapping. His gaze fell on the level 2 hunters, causing their expressions to change drastically as they retreated in fear. Kill him! On the mound, a cold voice transmitted through the sound transmission stone into the forest. In the next moment, Zichen's indifferent expression changed. His eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Figures rushed out of the forest once again. This time, it wasn't just level 3 hunters. There were even level 4 hunters, and there were 4 of them. Dunley, you forced us to use our final trump card. You should be proud, even if you die. For level 4 hunters, and more than 10 level 3 hunters, this was Long Shan's final trump card. When Lin Sai saw this, he was completely dumbfounded. His heart was filled with despair. The girl's eyes continued to shine, as if she wanted to participate in the battle. Seeing those people rushing over, Zichen shook his head and said with a sigh, "This time it's a big loss." Chapter 25. Zichen's sigh was very clear, so clear that everyone present could hear it. At this moment, facing 4 level 4 hunters and many level 3 hunters, shouldn't despair be the only thing one should be feeling right now? This was Long Shan's last resort, and it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dunley, Yuan Hong, Menta, and Yagu had already accepted their fates. There was no solution to this situation at all. Lindsay was already speechless. He had always been very confident in his abilities, and felt that with his abilities, the entire team would not be threatened. He could sense all dangers ahead of time with the help of his Beastmasters. However, the scene in front of him made him feel completely hopeless. The girl's expression was still excited, even eager to try, as if she hadn't sensed that danger was about to befall her. Butler Mai's calm expression was no longer as calm as before when he saw these people. He slowly turned his head, his gaze leaving the battlefield and looking towards a certain place in the night, as if he had discovered something. At this moment, his expression became solemn, as if he had sensed some sort of danger. This scene was ruined by a low sigh. If it had been a sigh of despair, it would have been appropriate. But after the sigh, Zichen's regretful tone rang out, as if he had suffered a great loss. This wasn't the tone of someone who cherished their life, but rather the heartache of someone who had lost some sort of property. This sigh was a bit of a spoilsport, acting all mysterious. Die! The rank 4 hunter had already rushed to Zichen's side and slashed at Zichen with his sword. This strike was full of power and carried with it a sound that cut through the air. Swoosh! Zichen's figure disappeared from where he stood. This strike destroyed an afterimage, but it didn't come out empty-handed. A gourd appeared in the afterimage, and as the strike landed, it was instantly cut open. Pa! With a loud sound, the gourd shattered, and a thick cloud of 5-colored smoke rose from it, spreading in all directions in an instant. This hunter was the first to be enveloped by the 5-colored smoke. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Not good! It's the 5-colored poison mist." The 5-colored poison mist spread at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it had spread more than 10 meters away, enveloping the level 4 hunters and a few level 3 hunters behind them. Ah! The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream of pain rang out. The level 3 hunter's skin began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body began to emit smoke and disappear. "It's the 5-colored poison fog. Run!" Roars rang out continuously. It was the voice of a level 4 hunter. They did not immediately die under the 5-colored poison mist. This did not mean that they were strong enough to withstand the poison mist, but that they had swallowed the antidote in an instant. After all, they had been training outside all year round and would encounter all kinds of traps, so they would always carry a few special antidote pills to protect themselves. The 5-colored poison fog was a fatal threat to level 4 hunters. Naturally, they would carry special antidote pills with them. However, as the color of the poison mist increased, the power of the poison mist would become stronger. The antidote pills could only temporarily help them withstand the poison mist, but they could not stay in the poison mist for long. Therefore, even though the 4 level 4 hunters had taken the antidote pills, they still ran out of the poison mist at this moment. This was because once the effects of the antidote pills decreased, they would die. Even though they had taken the pills, they still felt dizzy and their bodies were not under their control. Their perception of danger had also decreased by a lot. The 4 of them were running away, and Zichen was in the middle of the poison mist. Sensing their direction, his eyes turned cold. As for the level 3 hunters, he completely ignored them. Once the poison mist came out, they would die, unless they were lucky enough to not come into contact with the poison mist. With a flap of the thunder wings on his back, Zichen rushed towards a level 4 hunter. The poison mist surged, and the broken sword in his hand drew a black arc in the air, slashing towards the head of the level 4 hunter in front of him. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out. The level 4 hunter sensed the danger and turned around to block the attack. He looked at Zichen with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he borrowed the force of Zichen's attack to speed up his retreat. Soon, he would be out of the poison mist. Not only was the poison mist highly toxic, but it was also ridiculously expensive. He did not believe that the level 3 hunter in front of him would have 2 such items. However, when he saw Zichen's sinister smile, he did not notice that Zichen was also smiling at him. A black light flashed through the poison mist, and the moment the level 4 hunter's body flew backwards, it went straight for the level 4 hunter's temple. This attack was made when the level 4 hunter borrowed the force of the attack to retreat. Even if he sensed the danger, he would not be able to effectively defend himself against the flying knife in a short period of time. Poof! The flying knife came close to the body without any external defense. It was impossible to block the attack of the flying knife with just the body. With a flash of blood, the flying knife completely pierced through the level 4 hunter's temple. At this moment, the level 4 hunter's frozen face was filled with shock. He could no longer see Zichen's figure in front of him. He did not know when Zichen had disappeared from his sight. Following that, he heard the same clanging sound. It was the sound of 2 weapons clashing against each other. Before he could guess if the other party had encountered the same situation as him, he heard another clanging sound. Then his vision turned black. His life was extinguished and his soul dissipated. The antidote pill's effect also ended at this moment. The poison mist fell on the level 4 hunter's body. His skin began to smoke and then disappeared. As the poison mist spread, screams of agony could still be heard. Some of the level 3 hunters dodged, while others were touched by the poison mist. They retreated in fear, but their bodies dissipated as they retreated. This 5-colored poison mist could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Therefore, in the midst of the screams, everyone heard the 3 sonorous sounds of weapons colliding, but did not hear the 3 poof sounds that followed. Out of the 4 level 4 hunters, only one managed to escape. After escaping from the poison mist, his face was filled with fear. A mere level 3 hunter dared to use such a method to take them down with him. That was right. In his opinion, if Lin Huang did not come out after so long, he must have died inside. Because even with the special antidote, with the strength of a level 3 hunter, he could not stay in the poison mist for long. However, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without saying anything, he blocked with his weapon. Clang! A black, broken knife was blocked by his weapon. The person holding the broken knife was the level 3 hunter that he thought was dead. How is this possible? Looking at the indifferent Zichen, the level 4 hunter's face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The knife flashed and turned into a cross-shaped knife arc. It went straight for the opponent. This was the second form of the 9 knives technique. The level 4 hunter blocked with his sword and retreated, avoiding the cross-shaped knife arc. However, the corner of his shirt was cut off by the knife arc. This slash was faster than he had imagined. "You're courting death." Looking at the torn corner of his shirt, the level 4 hunter's face was filled with anger. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he charged toward Zichen. At this moment, the 5-colored poison mist had yet to disperse. No one knew what had happened in the poison mist. They were all shocked to see that Zichen was still alive after rushing out of the poison mist. At the same time, they were also wondering why the other 3 level 4 hunters had not come out. However, they did not have time to guess the result. Zichen and the level 4 hunter had already started a direct confrontation. With the extreme speed brought by the Heavenly Thunderwings and the 9 Knives technique, Zichen displayed an extremely strong attack. Sharp knife arcs kept appearing. Facing Zichen's attacks, the level 4 hunter kept retreating. Looking at the battle, it was obvious that the level 3 Zichen was blocking the level 4 hunter and had the upper hand for the time being. This is Zichen's strongest combat ability. During the short pause in the battle, Dun Li looked at Zichen, who was attacking wildly, with a shocked expression on his face. To be able to temporarily gain the upper hand while fighting a level 4 hunter was indeed difficult to do. Yegu and the others were also stunned on the spot, shocked beyond belief. As for their opponents, they also stopped fighting temporarily and looked at the battle between the level 3 hunters and the level 4 hunters in shock. Amazing! Lin Sai, who was almost scared out of his wits, finally came back to his senses amidst the continuous clashes. He had thought that they would die soon. Who would have thought that Zichen's 5-colored poison mist would turn the situation around? Moreover, Zichen was currently attacking a level 4 hunter fiercely. It seemed that the level 4 hunter could only parry and not fight back. Steward Mac's eyes were full of admiration. The girl at the side looked at Zichen with eyes full of curiosity. At the same time, there was a hint of craftiness in her eyes. She was already prepared to make her move. She could tell that Zichen was only attacking in one go. Once he ran out of energy, it would be time for her to counterattack. There was no way a level 3 hunter could win against a level 4 hunter. In fact, it wasn't just the girl who thought that way. Everyone present had the same thought. In their eyes, Zichen would be exhausted soon, and the battle would be turned around very quickly. It was because of this that they ignored the 5-colored poison mist in the distance, as well as the other 3 level 4 hunters who should have already walked out of the mist. Clang! After the continuous clashes, Zichen was finally exhausted. His last attack was blocked by the level 4 hunter sword. At this moment, the sword and the broken sword were clashing. Zichen was exerting his strength and leaning forward. He was very close to the level 4 hunter. His face and forehead were covered in sweat and dripping down continuously. This was a sign of exhaustion and exhaustion. The level 4 hunter exerted strength with his sword and leaned forward as well. His face was almost touching Zichen's face. He said coldly, "You!" He stopped before he could finish his sentence. His face was full of fear and shock. At this moment, Zichen opened his mouth. The 5-colored poison mist was surging in his mouth. Phew! At this moment, he exhaled the breath that he had been holding in for so long. Chapter 25, 26. Undersea, the level 4 hunter saw that Zi Chen's attack was over, so he was prepared to say a few harsh words to finish off his enemy. In his opinion, what could a mere level 3 hunter do to him? However, before he could say anything, he saw Zi Chen open his mouth and exhale. There was smoke in the breath, which was the 5-colored poison fog. There was no way to avoid it at such a close distance. The 5-colored poison fog landed on the level 4 hunter's shocked face. Ah! The level 4 hunter screamed and retreated. He was about to take out an antidote from his pocket and swallow it. At that moment, he was extremely flustered. The poison fog was corroding his body, and he could die at any moment. His hands were trembling. The more nervous he was, the slower his reaction, and the more flustered he became. There's no need. Save one. At that moment, Zi Chen's indifferent voice rang out. The broken sword in his hand reappeared and slashed across the level 4 hunter's neck. Poof! The sword disappeared in a flash, and the level 4 hunter's head flew high into the air, disappearing into the 5-colored poison fog. The headless corpse began to spurt blood. The level 4 hunter was dead. Zi Chen, who was supposed to lose, had unexpectedly turned the tables and killed the level 4 hunter, ending the battle. This result was once again out of everyone's expectations. Then why did he spit out the 5-colored poison fog? Why wasn't he killed by the poison fog? Did he not take the antidote when he was in the poison fog? All kinds of doubts appeared in everyone's hearts. They could not understand what was going on. It was at this moment that they realized that there were still 3 level 4 hunters. Where were they? Why didn't they join the battle? They suddenly turned around and looked at the 5-colored poison fog. The poison fog had dispersed, but there were no traces of the 3 level 4 hunters. They only saw 3 sets of smoky clothes and the weapons that the 3 level 4 hunters used. Where were they? After a short moment of confusion, they were shocked beyond belief. They were dead. They were killed by the 5-colored poison fog. No one could believe this result. They all had antidotes on them, so how could they die from the poison fog? However, the truth was right in front of them. It was better than any argument. The only explanation was that Zi Chen had killed the 3 of them, and then the 3 of them had disappeared into the poisonous fog. But how did Zi Chen manage to kill 3 level 4 hunters in such a short period of time? They weren't sure, but the only thing they could recall in their minds was the 3 sonorous sounds that rang out in the poisonous fog. Following the death of the level 4 hunter, the scene suddenly became quiet. Please go here to read a book. Everyone's gazes landed on Zi Chen as indescribable shock filled their faces. For level 4 hunters were dead. They were all killed by him. He was only a level 3. Damn it, what the hell is going on? An angry and hoarse voice sounded from the distant hill. Isn't he just a newly joined level 3 hunter? How could he kill 4 level 4 hunters in an instant? The person next to him was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. This scene was too illogical. Today's battle was supposed to be a sure win, but because of the level 3 hunter's interference, it was a complete failure. This result was hard to accept, but they had to face reality. Thus, he told the transmission stone to retreat. A beam of light shot up into the sky and exploded in midair, breaking the silence of the battlefield. After Edgar saw the signal, he knew that the attack had failed. He looked at Zi Chen unwillingly and shouted, "Retreat!" Then they began to retreat. They had no choice but to accept it. When the level 3 and level 2 hunters heard this, they felt as if they had been pardoned, and they scrambled to escape. After seeing Zi Chen's crazy killing methods, they really didn't want to stay here for another minute. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The young girl who had been watching the battle suddenly jumped down from the carriage and chased after the level 2 and level 3 hunters. Her speed was surprisingly fast, even faster than Zi Chen. She quickly caught up with the hunters, the long whip in her hand dancing, and the sound of cracking could be heard. One by one, the hunters were sent flying. Edgar, leave something behind before you go. Dunley shouted coldly and chased after Edgar. Yagu, Menta, and Yuan Hong followed closely behind. It was obvious that the four of them were deliberately keeping a distance from the young girl, so that they could help her at any time. After chasing for a few hundred meters, they stopped. The results of this chase were extraordinary. They killed a level 4 hunter, and the young girl killed several level 3 and level 2 hunters as well. Zi Chen didn't give chase. The continuous battles had exhausted him greatly, and he really couldn't keep up. However, he'd already released his perception. When he saw that the archer and the assassin had left, he sighed in relief. His attacks had been so strong and fierce that the two hadn't been able to seize the opportunity to attack. Lindsay didn't give chase either, because he didn't have the means to do so. Of course, the biggest reason was that he'd been scared silly. Steward Mai's gaze shifted away from Zichin, and his expression gradually darkened as he looked in a certain direction. Zichin sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The danger was truly gone at that moment. The 5 hunters in the distance all retreated, their gazes unquestionably landing on Zichin. If Zichen hadn't turned the tide this time and used the 5-colored poison mist to kill the 4 level 4 hunters, the outcome might have been different. Dunley walked up to Zichin and said excitedly, "Not bad, Zichin. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve." Yago and the others also walked up and smiled at Zichin. "I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding yourself. You really surprised me this time." Zichen waved his hand. "That doesn't matter. The important thing is that you have to pay more. I've lost big this time. I spent a lot of money to buy that 5-colored poison mist to save my life, but it's gone in less than 2 days. Your life-saving item killed so many experts. Your life is too valuable," Dunley said from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. "Hey, you're Zichin, right? Those wings on your body are pretty good. Sell them to me. You can name any price you want." Zichin had yet to withdraw his heavenly thunder wings, so the light on them wasn't as bright as before. However, they would still flash from time to time, making them look very mysterious in the dark night. Zichin turned his head, only to see the girl for the first time. He wasn't stupid and quickly guessed the girl's identity, which surprised him a little. He hadn't expected them to pay such a high price to protect this girl instead of the goods. Moreover, they'd been given several thousand drops of Saint Source liquid for a single mission. It wasn't hard to see how wealthy they were. Upon seeing that Zichen wasn't responding, the girl urged, "What are you spacing out for? Name your price." Zichen smiled at the girl and said, "Miss, this thing can't be sold." The girl tilted her head and said, "What can't be sold? Can't you just pluck it out?" Zichen shook his head with a bitter smile. The heavenly thunder wings on his back automatically disappeared, causing the girl's eyes to shine even brighter. "I'm called Maya. Sell it to me, and I'll owe you a favor." The girl refused to give up, her expression very serious as she looked at Zichin. Just as Zichin was in a difficult position and didn't know what to say, Steward Mac spoke up for Zichin. "Miss, you won't be able to use it even if you obtain it." The girl seemed to have a lot of trust in Steward Mac, fuming as she said, "Humph, forget it. So stingy." Just as Zichin thought that this matter was over, the girl's expression changed, and she said, "Why don't you give me that movement technique? I'll give you a reward. You can name your price." Zichin couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sight of this mischievous girl. "Little girl, this movement technique and wings are exclusive to me. They can't be traded. Little girl, how dare you call me little girl? I'm already 26 years old. You're the little girl." The girl raised her fist at Zichin like an angry kitten. "I'm already over 2,000 years old. Can't I call you little girl?" Zichin smiled bitterly again, but he was secretly shocked. "Over 2,000 years old and only a grade 3 hunter. You're really weak. Hearing the girl's mutterings, the surrounding people all blushed with shame. After today's battle, who would dare say that Zi-chan was weak? Dun Li very decisively took out a small flask and handed it to Zi-chan. Zi-chan, here's the difference in compensation. 500 drops of sacred origin liquid. Zi-chan waved his hand and said, I've already received my reward. I was just joking. Dunley said with a serious face, that's that. Our rewards are distributed according to battle strength. Your battle strength is more than enough to receive these rewards. Haven't I already distributed them? Let's talk about it next time. Of course, these sacred origin liquid spoils will all belong to me. Zi-chan joked. Dun Li had seen Zi-chan give away over 700 drops of sacred origin liquid to others, so he wasn't too bothered by it. He didn't mind too much about the fact that he had given less to Zi-chan. This wasn't their first mission, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the time came, Zi-chan would naturally not be shortchanged. Zi-chan's battle strength had indeed surprised them. He wasn't any weaker than an ordinary grade 4. More importantly, Zi-chan was only a grade 3, which made them value Zi-chan's potential even more. Zi-chan had expended a lot of energy, so the task of cleaning up the battlefield was left to Lindsay. Lindsay didn't say anything this time. After witnessing Zi-chan's battle strength, he was completely convinced. While cleaning up the battlefield, Zi-chan had already swallowed 5 drops of sacred origin liquid. On one hand, besides recovering his energy, his strength had also increased tremendously during this period, as if there were no bottlenecks to speak of. His constitution, which was very difficult for others to evolve, seemed to be able to continue evolving as long as he had enough sacred origin liquid. As he continuously swallowed sacred origin liquid, his body seemed to have developed some sort of resistance. He now needed to consume even more sacred origin liquid to continue improving. Of course, he could also consume 1 drop, but the effect was too low. The amount of sacred origin liquid Zi-chan consumed began to increase. After cleaning up the battlefield and Zi-chan's recovery, the group had no choice but to continue on their journey. Chapter 25-27. Understood they had been resting and hadn't eaten anything before, so they stopped again after a short distance to start a fire and roast meat. Their goal was to get as far away from that bloody place as possible. This time they were all on foot because the cart was filled with spoils of war. Apart from the deliberate ambush, they were also very careful as they moved forward. They finally looked like mercenaries. Only the girl called Malt didn't seem to be acting strangely. In fact, she seemed a little too excited along the way. They sat down next to the bonfire while Lin Sai's saber-toothed tiger stood guard outside. Dan Li was roasting meat, and the oil sizzled as it dripped into the fire. It was as if the few of them had completely forgotten about the assassination attempt on Longshan. No one actually brought it up again. Actually, there was no need to mention it. Everyone knew that Longshan had come prepared because of their employer. When there was no danger, they had always been paid a high price. Now that they were in danger, they couldn't just run away. Fortunately, Longshan had suffered heavy losses, and it wouldn't be easy for them to regroup in a short time. There should be a period of peace. Dan Li glanced at the silent Lin Sai and said, Lin Sai, think of a way to replenish your beasts as soon as possible. Lin Sai nodded. He had always been proud and arrogant, but today's battle had dealt him a heavy blow. The beasts he was so proud of had all been killed. He hadn't even sensed such an obvious plot. Zi-chen's performance had also surprised him. He was glad that he had only gone there for fun. If he had used all his means to fight Zi-chen to the death, he probably wouldn't have been able to return alive. Zi-chen had kept a low profile, but in today's battle, he had turned the tide and saved Lin Sai's life. Otherwise, the saber-toothed tiger wouldn't have been able to stop those people's attacks. What are you eating? Dan Li asked curiously when he saw Zi-chen putting food into his mouth from time to time. Sacred origin liquid. Zi-Chin took out a jade bottle and showed it to Dunley. The others turned to look at Zi-Chin. Their expressions became very strange when they saw his actions. Are you treating this as food? The meat will be ready soon, Dunley said again. Zi-Chin smiled bitterly when he heard this, but he didn't know how to explain it. He discovered that his body seemed to have become increasingly thirsty after this battle. A single drop of sacred source liquid could not be maintained for long before it was absorbed by his body. His body then began to feel a strong need, as if he had not eaten for over 10 days. He could only swallow drop after drop of sacred source liquid. Full text reading as a matter of fact, his movements were a little too frequent, and it finally attracted the attention of a few people. You good teased. Zi-Chin, you're rich, but you don't have to show off like that, do you? Zi-Chin shook his head and smiled. He found himself speechless. Steward Mac, who was also sitting by the fire, glanced at Zi-Chin, and the look in his eyes changed slightly. The young lady beside Steward Mac could no longer sit still. She stood up and said to Zi-Chin, "This is too boring. Zi-Chin, why don't we spar?" Looking at this young lady who was only 26 years old, Zi-Chin asked in surprise, "You want to spar with me?" "Why, can't I?" Malt stared at Zi-Chin with a provocative look on her pretty face. "Forget it." Zi-Chin shook his head. "Zi-Chin, don't underestimate her. She taught Tor a lesson back in the team." Menta said with a hint of malice, "That trash Hotort, he still thinks he's strong." Malt pursed her lips and glanced at Lindsay. "I can't even be bothered to teach him a lesson with his small arms and legs. Zi-Chin, it's your turn. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Zi-Chin was speechless. Malt wasn't tall, and when she stood next to Lindsay, who was also young, she looked smaller. Lindsay surprisingly didn't retort after being ignored by the young lady. Instead, he stared blankly at the fire, pretending not to have heard anything. Coupled with what Menta had said earlier, Zi-Chin was almost certain that this girl had taught Lindsay a lesson. "Forget it. I don't know my limits." Zi-Chin shook his head again in rejection. "I don't need you to know your limits. It's fine as long as you don't use your speed and that broken black knife," Malt said. "How about it? Do you dare to spar with me?" Speed and the broken knife were probably Zi-Chin's strongest moves. Without them, Zi-Chin's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. "Go on, Zi-Chin. Let us see if you have any other trump cards." Dunley smiled. "Zi-Chin, don't tell me you don't even dare to accept a young lady's challenge." Yuan Hong goaded. "Come on, Zi-Chin. Let us see how strong you are." Yagu smiled maliciously. The few of them instantly became spirited and insisted on watching the fight. This made Zi-Chin a little speechless. Don't underestimate the young lady. Without those two, you'll be at a disadvantage. Steward Mac also chuckled, clearly implying that he wanted Zi-Chin to fight as well. "All right, since everyone wants to watch, I'll embarrass myself." Zi-Chin stood up and looked at Malt. "Young lady, don't worry. I know my limits." Malt said innocently, "Sure. I hope you'll be as confident later." As soon as he finished speaking, Malt's figure flashed, and he charged toward Zi-Chin at a very fast speed. Zi-Chin was a little surprised by Malt's speed. His body flashed as he tried to dodge. Whoosh! Just as Zi-Chin dodged, Malt's elbow struck toward Zi-Chin's side. The sudden burst of speed actually left Zi-Chin no room to react. Pung! Zi-Chin was hit in the chest by the elbow and retreated 5 steps. His chest hurt, and he looked at Malt in shock. 4th tier. Haha. Dunley and the others finally couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, they already knew Malt's strength. This time, they just wanted to see Zi-Chin suffer. Zi-Chin didn't expect this seemingly weak little girl to have the strength of a 4th-tier hunter. Again, the shock on Zi-Chin's face made Malt very proud. Hence, he attacked Zi-Chin again. This time, Zi-Chin didn't dare to be careless. He started to take it seriously. However, after getting serious, Zi-Chin realized that there was still some distance between him and Malt, who was a fourth-tier hunter. Moreover, Malt clearly had no intention of suppressing his power. He was going to use his fourth-tier power to suppress a third-tier hunter. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zi-Chin had no choice but to use part of the power of the 9 flashes of lightning temporarily. Of course, he couldn't summon the heavenly thunder wings. Pum! Malt's palm hit Zi-Chen's chest, causing him to stagger. At the same time, Zi-Chen quickly counterattacked, but he couldn't touch Malt at all. Pum! 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 Next, attack after attack landed on various parts of Zi-Chen's body, causing him to stagger. However, Zi-Chen's attacks couldn't even touch Malt. When these attacks landed on his body, Zi-Chen could clearly feel the pain coming from his body. This wasn't a battle. It was clearly a torture. At this moment, Zi-Chen finally understood what it felt like to be unable to hit an enemy when he fought in close combat. Bang! The last palm landed, and Zi-Chen retreated more than 10 steps. Malt stood up straight, clapped his hands, and said, "That's it. Let's call it a day." Laughter erupted all around. Zi-Chen shook his head and smiled. It was just a spar. Of course, he wouldn't take it too seriously. However, the thirst in his body became even more obvious. It was obvious that a mere drop of sacred origin liquid was no longer enough to replenish him. Hence, Zi-Chen opened the jade bottle and unceremoniously gulped down a large mouthful. The laughter of Yige and the others disappeared. They looked at Zi-Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Yuan Hong even kindly reminded him, "Zi-Chen, you drank the wrong thing. That's not wine. It's sacred origin liquid." Zi-Chen clearly couldn't explain his condition to them, so he could only shake his head and smile. Steward Mac smiled but didn't say anything. Malt sat down beside him and said, "Zi-Chen, you're pretty good. You're a little tougher than Tur. Let's continue tomorrow." "Forget it." Zi-Chen shook his head. He sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the sacred origin liquid he had swallowed. Zi-Chan did not know if it was an illusion, but he realized that his body's absorption rate of the sacred source fluid had increased significantly after being hit by the malt. It was as if the malt's attack had stimulated his body. Looking at the little girl's victorious expression, Zi-Chen could not believe that the change in her body was due to the beating just now. They rested on the spot for the night and didn't continue their journey. It was obvious that Long Shan's deliberate sneak attack didn't alert Steward Mac and Malt. On the other hand, Dun Li and Lindsay left the group after eating and only returned the next day when they were about to continue their journey. With everyone present, the group continued on their journey. Unlike yesterday, Zi-Chen no longer walked. Instead, he sat with Steward Mac. Instead, the 4 rank 4 hunters guarded the carriage like bodyguards. When night fell, they stopped to rest again. During this period of roasting meat, Malt once again requested for a spar. Everyone followed suit, and Zi-Chen was once again tortured. This time, he still wasn't able to land a single hit on Malt. Instead, he took many hits from Malt. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zi-Chen had no choice but to admit that Malt's spars were extremely beneficial to him on the 3rd day. Or rather, Malt's attacks could help him strengthen his body at a faster rate. Hence, Zi-Chen's speed of swallowing sacred origin liquid became faster and faster. In the end, it was as if he was drinking water. The others were dumbstruck and speechless. Finally, after a few days, he had used up all the sacred origin liquid on him. He was also much stronger than when they had first set off. However, he still wasn't able to land a single hit on Malt in the subsequent spars. All the resources on him had been used up. On the 7th day, the expected spar didn't happen. Steward Mac called Zi-Chen to the side. Chapter 25-28. Thunderous, tell me, what the hell is going on? The hoarse voice was filled with anger. A middle-aged man with a cold face was sitting at the head of the table. He stared at Edgar and reprimanded him. Didn't you guys investigate everything thoroughly? Perfect preparation. But it was ruined by a level 3 hunter. Edgar's face was also very ugly. This time when he accepted this mission, he had promised his superiors that he would be able to complete it easily. Moreover, he had also made meticulous preparations beforehand. But who would have thought that they, who had gathered several small teams and thought of any unexpected situations, would fall at the hands of a level 3 guy who had suddenly joined? The loss was disastrous. Faced with the middle-aged man's questioning, Edgar could only suffer in silence. He still did not understand how the 3 level 4 hunters had died. How did the newly joined level 3 hunter clearly sense the location of the level for assassins, and how did he survive in the 5-colored poisonous fog? Trash! What a bunch of trash! Not only did you not complete the mission, but you almost alerted the enemy, the middle-aged man said angrily. Edgar was not convinced, but he did not dare to show it. He knew that the man in front of him was powerful, and killing him would be easy. But he could not understand why the other party, who was so powerful, did not do it himself, but wanted to borrow their hands. Think of a way to inform Ashan and have him come here as soon as possible. Seeing that Edgar didn't have any reaction, the middle-aged man lost his interest in getting angry and said with a wave of his hand. His initial plan was simple. He wanted these people to test my son's strength after killing the guards. It would be best if they could threaten my son, and then he would take action to secure victory. That way, the price he had to pay would be minimal, and he would be able to settle everything easily after the mission. But he did not expect that his perfect plan would be ruined by a level 3 hunter. Now he had to increase his bargaining chip and use a foolproof plan. Washan was one of the founders of Dragon Mountain and had the strength of a level 6 hunter. Once he got Washan to take action, he would be able to achieve his goal, but the price he had to pay would be great. Zichen, who had thought that he would have another battle today, heard Steward Mac's voice before Malt could provoke him. Steward Mac. Zichen walked up to the butler. After interacting with him for a few days, he had a good impression of the butler. If Malt was a 4th-tier fighter, then how powerful was this butler of his? Zichen did not believe that the man was not a hunter. Do you have time to walk around with this old man? Steward Mac looked at Zichen and smiled. Zichen nodded. He guessed that Steward Mac had something to say to him. Steward Mac turned around and walked into the darkness. Zichen followed behind, maintaining a distance of half a step. Zichen, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked without turning around. Zichen was puzzled. Wasn't a level 4 hunter just level 4? Did he really need to think about it? Oh, or rather, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked again. Isn't there a level 4 after level 3? Is there a special meaning behind it? Zichen asked after thinking for a while. Only a level 4 hunter can be considered a true beginner. Before becoming a level 4 hunter, the so-called hunter is nothing. Steward Mac turned around and looked at Zichen. Seeing Zichen's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, You should be from the outside world as well, right? Zichen nodded. In this world, more than 99% of people came from the outside world. In the outside world, saints are divided into 3 realms: Saint, King, and Great Saint. Only kings are qualified to enter this world, but it's not absolute. I know of some special passages that can send in some special people. Steward Mac paused for a moment before continuing. But no matter who it is, as long as they come to this world, they have a chance to become a hunter. They also know that there are different levels of hunters, but not many know that a level 4 hunter is the true beginner. Only by reaching this threshold can there be a possibility of moving on to the next step. What threshold? Zichen asked. Of course, there's a standard to enter this world, and that standard was the threshold. Steward Mac stopped in his tracks and looked back at Zichen, saying Saint-level physical body. Saint-level physical body? Zichen was stunned. That's right. If you want to enter level 4, you must have a saint-level physical body. In other words, you must have a saint-level physical body to be able to enter the saint level. This is the standard of this world. Even if you have the strength of a saint-level king in the outside world, if you don't have a saint-level physical body, you can't enter level 4 here. Level 3 is the peak. Steward Mac nodded and said, "If that's the case, doesn't Dunley and the others all have saint-level physical bodies?" Zichen asked again. As long as it's level 4, it's equivalent to a saint-level physical body in the outside world. With Steward Mac's confirmation, Zichen finally understood why the minimum requirement to enter this world was a saint-level physical body. He also understood why Jia Tu, Huang Tu, and the others didn't immediately become hunters. Instead, they were building their foundation step by step. He believed that once they had a good foundation, they would be able to become level 4 hunters very quickly and reach the standard to enter this world. This could be seen from Zichen. He didn't have so many resources to support him, but he still became a level 3 hunter in a very short time. Whether you can enter level 4 quickly or not depends on whether you have a saint-level physical body in the outside world. If you do, then you can advance quickly. If you don't, then you can only advance step by step, and the speed will be very slow. Steward Mac looked at Zichen and said, "Now, Zichen, tell me honestly, when you were in the outside world, did you have a saint-level physical body?" Zichen didn't hesitate for long. He nodded and admitted it directly. After sparring with Malt for the past few days, he could already sense that Malt was actually helping him in the name of sparring. In just a few days, the Malt had played an important role in his improvement. Seeing Zichen nod, Steward Mac chuckled. "I guessed right. The speed at which you absorb the sacred source liquid is really too fast. So fast that you don't even need to refine it. If we compare your body to a large vat, then you already have enough sacred source liquid to hold a level 4 hunter before you came to this world. What you need is to constantly replenish it. Of course, the speed of replenishment depends on how quickly you obtain the sacred source liquid." Zichen didn't deny this point. He already didn't have enough sacred source liquid, so his progress naturally slowed down. What you lack now is resources. If you have enough resources, you can quickly enter level 4. Steward Mac reached into his clothes and took out a glowing pearl. "The sacred source liquid you have now is no longer enough to help you break through quickly. Only this can help you reach level 4 in the shortest time possible." "What is this?" Zichen asked curiously as he looked at the glowing pearl. However, there was no joy or greed in his eyes. "A kind of energy crystal. It will be very useful to you now," Steward Mac said. "Is this for me?" Zichen asked doubtfully. "Don't tell me I'm just taking it out for you to see and show off." Steward Mac chuckled. Zichen didn't take it. Instead, he asked why. Zichen was an existence that had lived for over 1,000 years, while Steward Mac was an existence that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The two of them were pretty much at the level of foxes, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Steward Mac directly said, "It's because of your battle strength. Your battle strength is something I've never seen before. You were able to slaughter those above your level. This is truly beyond my expectations. This energy crystal can be considered another mercenary reward for you. This mission is to protect Malt in times of danger. In other words, you are to escape with Malt in times of danger." "Why me?" "Because I believe that you will be even stronger than them at level 4. These words were clearly very sincere. Moreover, it was Steward Mac who had given the deposit first. It seemed that the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages for Zichen. After all, if he quickly reached level 4, his battle strength would increase once again. This way, he would have stronger means to protect himself. However, once he accepted this energy crystal, it would mean that his fate was tied to Malt's. When danger arose, he would have to consider and take care of Malt's safety. Protecting their employer was a mercenary's duty. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Zi-Chun wouldn't lose anything. Steward Mac's energy crystal was only to make him stronger so that he could protect everyone. Zi-Chun had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the temptation of reaching level 4 was indeed very tempting. He nodded and agreed. Swallow it directly. The energy released will spread throughout your body like the sacred origin liquid. Once your physical body reaches a certain limit, you will naturally break through. Upon hearing Steward Mac's words, Zi-Chun swallowed it without hesitation. There was no need for Steward Mac to harm him. As the energy crystal entered his stomach, Zi-Chun felt an energy similar to the sacred origin liquid. However, this energy was much purer and more abundant. This energy continuously flowed into his body, causing Zi-Chun's physical body to rapidly change. After returning, Dun Li and the rest were still roasting meat. They didn't ask the two of them what they had done outside. Malt also surprisingly didn't seek out Zi-Chun for a spar. Clearly, she knew about this matter. Zi-Chun sat by the fire and closed his eyes as if he was taking a nap. Just like that, several days passed in a row. Zi-Chun seemed to be somewhat listless and spoke much less. Most of the time he closed his eyes and took a nap. On a certain night, Dunley couldn't help but ask, Zi-Chun, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to be in good spirits. Are you feeling unwell? Hearing this, Zi-Chun opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light. His perception began to expand at this moment, extending further into the distance. In his perception, images of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another. As his senses expanded, Zi-Chun's mind and physical body underwent a perfect transformation. He was advancing towards level 4. Chapter 25-29. C_T. In this special world, it was very difficult to advance from level 3 to level 4 because it had nothing to do with one's strength, but with one's physical body. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Even if you were a peak saint ruler in the outside world, you would still be stuck at level 3 if you didn't have a saint-level physical body. This was the special part of this world. However, if you had a level 4 physical body, you would be able to break through very quickly as long as you had enough resources. The energy crystal that Steward Mac had given Zi-Chun had a great origin. It was worth more than a few thousand drops of sacred origin liquid. However, Zi-Chun hadn't reached a certain level yet, so he naturally didn't know the value of the energy crystal. His senses were still expanding, and the figures of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another within the range of his senses. Some of them were hidden in the night, quietly observing their surroundings, while others were slowly moving and pacing around. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, they were all extremely vigilant and quiet, which was rare for them. Evidently, these were the beasts that Lin Sai controlled again. After the lesson from last time, he was no longer careless. He controlled many beasts and deployed them strictly so that they could observe their surroundings. Zi-Chun's perception had doubled, and in his perception, he found 8 pseudo-divine beasts. He believed that there must be other pseudo-divine beasts observing in secret in the places where his perception could not reach. In addition to the changes in his senses, Zi-Chun's physical body was also undergoing a metamorphosis at this moment. The most important thing was that his physical body had become stronger. It was as if a layer of the seal on his body had suddenly been undone. This feeling couldn't be described with words. It could only be understood. Zi-Chun, what's wrong with you? Dun Li sensed that Zi-Chun was a little abnormal and looked at Zi-Chun in surprise. Yago and the others also looked up, their eyes full of confusion. At this moment, they felt that Zi-Chun was a little different, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Malt, who was staring at the bonfire out of boredom, raised her head and glanced at Zi-Chun. Then her expression changed. She was shocked and in disbelief. Steward Mac looked at Zi-Chun and smiled. His smile was very gratified. With just one energy crystal, Zichun was able to break through in just a few days. This proved that when he was in the outside world, his physical body was no longer at the saint level. Instead, he had already walked quite a distance on this path. He nodded in satisfaction. He didn't bring up this matter, and Malt didn't say anything either. He didn't even ask to spar with Zichun. She was very clear about her own strength. She could suppress Zichun without the heavenly thunder wings and broken blade, but that was only when Zichun was level 3. Now that both of them were level 4. Even if Zichun did not use the heavenly thunder wings, his speed would still surpass hers. Zichun smiled and didn't say anything. He also didn't tell them that he had broken through. This was a little secret. Once there was danger, he would surprise them when he reached level 4. When that happened, it would be a pleasant surprise. Come, have some food. Dunley handed a large piece of barbecued meat to Zichun. Zichun took it without hesitation and ate it in big bites. There were 2 obvious advantages to having a Beastmaster in a team. One was that they didn't have to be on guard, and the other was that they didn't have to worry about not having enough meat. That night, Zichun drank a pot of wine, which was rare. After the others fell asleep, he sat cross-legged beside the bonfire and closed his eyes. At this moment, there was still some energy left in the energy crystal in his stomach. It was turning into the last of its energy and being absorbed by his body. Then, Zichun found that after absorbing this energy, his physical body was still strengthening. In addition, the meat he swallowed was also turning into energy and increasing the strength of his physical body. The saint-level physical body was the foundation, and level 4 was just the beginning. Zichun had already entered level 4. Now he was very curious about level 5 hunters. He wondered if there was a meaning to this level. The sky was bright, and everyone got up and set off. They were not just rushing. During the journey, they would also deliberately take detours. If they found a beautiful place, they would stop and admire it. They would even stay there for 2 more days. Gradually, Zichun found out that the 5 of them had been following Steward Mac for a long time. They were all temporary guards hired by Malt. They didn't have a specific destination, and were just there to protect Malt when he went out to play. And Malt's purpose of going out was just to have fun. Neither Steward Mac nor Malt cared about the previous assassination. Even if Zichun had concerns, he couldn't say anything when his employer didn't say anything. In a valley filled with blooming flowers, Malt was playing with water barefooted with an innocent smile on his face. Dunley was 20 meters away from him. Yago and the others were guarding somewhere else. Linsai and Saber-Toothed Tiger were on the cliff, and Zichun and Steward Mac were on the other side of the valley. The 2 sat at the edge of the cliff, where they could clearly see Malt below. Zichun looked at the blue sky in the distance, and then tilted his head to look at Steward Mac. Steward Mac, what are the requirements for becoming a level 5 hunter? Level 5? I haven't congratulated you for reaching level 4 yet. Steward Mac smiled and turned to look at Zichun. It's all thanks to Steward Mac's energy crystal. Level 4 requires a saint-level physical body. What about level 5? What are the requirements? Level 5, of course. Steward Mac sighed and looked at Malt below. His gaze moved to the distance. As long as you can awaken your abilities in this world, continuously consume sacred origin fluid, and don't die in an accident, you can reach level 4 one day and have a saint-level physical body. But it's difficult to reach level 5 from level 4. What's difficult about it? Zichun continued to ask. 4th tier requires physical strength as long as one's physical body is strengthened. However, 5th tier requires special energy, which excludes many 4th tier beings, Butlermai said. Special energy? That's right. It's the type of energy you're good at in the outside world. In this world, you need to awaken your energy to reach level 5, and what you awaken is the type of energy you have in the outside world. Steward Mac pointed to a golden cloud in the sky and said, "For example, your energy in the outside world is fire, and the energy you awaken in this world can only be fire. But there's a huge difference between fire, and there's also a difference between strong and weak fire. Those relatively weak fires can't be recognized by this world, so they can't be awakened. Only those special and powerful fires can be awakened. This principle is like an item brought in from the outside world. If its quality is special to the point where the rules can't destroy it, then it can stay in this world. But if its quality is ordinary, even if it appears in this world, it will be eroded overnight by time. That's what it's like to reach level 5. If your energy is strong enough, you can ignore the rules here and let it appear in this world. But if your energy isn't strong enough, you can only stop under the suppression of this world's rules. That's why it's easy to reach level 4, but difficult to reach level 5. Steward Mac explained very clearly, and Zichen also understood. Before reaching level 5, anything was possible, even if one reached level 4. But after reaching level 5, the rules would separate everyone according to the survival of the fittest. It had a clear bottom line of the rules, and as long as one crossed this bottom line, one could enter level 5. If one couldn't meet this requirement, one would be stuck at level 4 for life. Zichen's energy attribute was undoubtedly lightning, but what made Zichen somewhat uncertain was whether his lightning had met the requirements of the rules. Then what about level 6 after level 5? What are the requirements? Zichen asked. Level 6? Steward Mac suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll naturally know when the time comes." Looking at Zichen's thoughtful expression, Butler Mag chuckled and said, "You've just broken through to the 4th tier. You'd better continue building your foundation. As for the 5th tier, don't think about it for now." Zichen nodded. He was actually very satisfied that he had used such a short time to reach level 4. He was not in a hurry to break through level 5, but it was rare to meet someone who knew about level 5. He was just curious and wanted to know more. Malt was tired from playing, so he returned to the carriage to rest. Along the way, Zichen admired the wildebeest's endurance. Dun Li's wildebeest was of high quality, but after pulling a carriage, it would also feel tired after a long journey. However, Steward Mac's wildebeest was full of endurance after pulling a huge carriage. Not to mention that the carriage was very light. Zichen once pushed it when it got stuck. It was very heavy and was not at the same level as a handcart. During the journey, Zichen asked Malt when he would go back. He knew that Malt was born in this world and had his own family, which was very powerful. Malt told Zichen that he might go back after this trip. In the past few days, Zichen noticed that Steward Mac, who was always calm, seemed to be getting more and more serious. The smile on his face was also getting smaller and smaller. After leaving the valley and walking for half a day, they arrived at an open area. It was very flat, and there were no trees around. Steward Mac suddenly waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's stop here." This was the first time Steward Mac said that he wanted to stop at a place after Zichen joined the team. Usually it was Malt or Dun Li who decided where to stay. Dun Li and the others also sensed Steward Mac's abnormality, so they did not express any objections. He looked at Lindsay, and Lindsay nodded. At the end of their line of sight, there were black shadows moving quickly. Those were Lindsay's beasts. After a while, Lindsay shook his head at Dun Li, indicating that he did not find anything unusual. It was noon and they had nothing to do, so they could only sit beside the carriage, feeling bored. Zichen, who had been guessing Steward Mac's intentions, became more and more aware of some kind of danger as the sky changed. Now he was almost sure that there would be danger. Steward Mac had chosen the battlefield in advance. As night fell, Zichen's sense of danger became even stronger. Dun Li and the others also sensed something unusual, and their expressions became more and more serious. However, nothing unusual happened for the whole night. When dawn approached, a roar from a pseudo-divine beast suddenly sounded. Chapter 2530. See undercity, a roar came from afar, which woke everyone up. Read the whole article. In fact, they didn't sleep at all that night. Even though those pseudo-divine beasts were on guard, and they would be able to detect the slightest movement, the oppressive atmosphere created an invisible pressure that made them unable to sleep. Zichen sensed that those pseudo-divine beasts who were on guard began to return quickly with panic in their eyes. Their duty was to monitor the surroundings, not to fight with the enemy. After discovering the enemy's situation, leaving quickly was the wisest choice. From their expressions, it could be seen that the enemy was very strong. Someone is coming. There are less than 20 of them. We can't rule out that it's just the first wave. At the same time, many figures appeared in Zichen's perception. Among them, there were some familiar faces. They were the level 4 hunters who fought against Dun Li and his companions last time, as well as a few unfamiliar faces. However, it was not difficult to see that these people were at least level 4. On the wildebeest carriage, Malt was awakened. He poked his head out, but was stopped by Steward Mac, who signaled him to go back into the carriage and not come out. Steward Mac's expression became very serious. In addition to the hunters last time, there were 2 more people in the group this time. One of them was wearing a black robe, which covered his whole body so that no one could see his face. The other was a strong man with bulging muscles on his upper body. He was full of strength. Edgar, who had been the leader in the previous battle, followed behind the 2 of them with a respectful expression. After seeing the strong man's face, Dun Li and his companions' expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed, "Washan! You're Washan!" The strong man looked at the 4 people and sneered. He said, "It's said that the Dragon Slayer team is proud and arrogant. I didn't expect you to recognize us from Dragon Mountain." Dun Li wanted to say nonsense. "You're one of the founders of Dragon Mountain." However, at this moment he was not in the mood to joke. His eyes were full of despair. Washan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain, had the strength of a level 6 hunter. That was a level 6 hunter, a level that he had never dreamed of. He never would have thought that Long Shan would actually bring out an existence like Washan. Just what was the other party planning? Zichen felt an immense pressure coming from the 2 people in front of him. Among them, the one called Washan made Zichen feel like he was facing the threat of death. Clearly, the 2 sides were not on the same level at all. The difference in combat strength was also like heaven and earth. Steward Mac jumped down from the carriage and walked to Zichen's side. He looked at the muscular man in front of him and said, "Washan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain. He has the strength of a 6th level hunter." Cotton Candy, Zichen's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the man to have such a powerful background. Moreover, he was a level 6 hunter. "Old man, you know me very well, but I don't know you at all. This time, I was asked by someone to kill you. I hope you don't mind." Washan looked at Steward Mac and said indifferently, "I won't. Life and death is up to fate." Steward Mac shook his head and said indifferently. However, just when everyone thought that the conversation would continue for a while, Steward Mac, who was beside Zichen, suddenly disappeared like a phantom in the wind. So fast! Zichen's pupils shrank. He did not see how the other party disappeared at all. That speed was even faster than when he used the heavenly thunder wings. In front of the black-robed man beside Washan, a blinding light appeared in front of him. A person stood in the middle of the light. It was Steward Mac. At this moment, Steward Mac, who was shining with light, had a tall and sturdy figure and a strong aura. He had changed from a coachman to a true powerhouse. He struck out with his palm and went straight for the black-robed man. The other party raised his head. His eyes, which were tightly exposed, were filled with shock. This attack was so fierce that he could not dodge it at all. A 6th level sneak attack against a 5th level. This is a little shameless. At this moment, Washan's loud voice was heard. He took a step forward and came in front of the black-robed man. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Two glowing palm prints collided with each other, bringing about a violent energy vibration. Wishan's body swayed, and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed man behind him had already taken the opportunity to retreat far away. After missing his attack, Steward Mac flashed back to Zichen's side and stood still. "You are indeed a 6th level. How shameless!" Wishan stared at Steward Mac and said coldly. Dun Li and the others were shocked. They were shocked by Steward Mac's strength. He usually did not show off, but he was actually a powerful 6th level hunter. They were even more shocked by Wishan's words earlier. A 6th level against a 5th level. It was obvious that the black-robed man was a 5th level hunter. A 6th level hunter, a 5th level hunter, and more than 10 4th level hunters. How terrifying was this force? With just a few of them, they could only hold back the 4th level hunters, but they could not do anything to the 5th level hunter, unless Steward Mac could fight 2 of them at once, but that was obviously impossible. He had already given up his dignity as a 6th level hunter to kill the 5th level hunter. Steward Mac was not angry after being called shameless by Wishan. He looked at Zichen and said, "Things are a little out of our expectations. This might be the last battle." Zichen listened quietly and did not say anything. Steward Mac continued, "I'll leave this person to you." Dun Li and the others widened their eyes and looked at Steward Mac and Zichen in shock. Obviously, this kind of exchange was beyond their understanding. Zichen was only a 3rd level hunter. How could he fight a 5th level hunter? However, what Zichen did next shocked them so much that they were dumbfounded. Zichen nodded and said, "Do you want to die or live?" "Just trap him for now. It's best if you can kill him. Don't force it. Do what you can," Steward Mac said. Zichen nodded again and raised his scabbard with his left hand. Behind was Sean, Edgar, and the others were also very shocked. They knew Zichen. In the last battle, it was he who had destroyed their meticulous plan. It had only been 10 days since they last saw each other. Could it be that he had grown to the point where he could fight a 5th level hunter? "Let's go." Steward Mac looked at Wishan and turned to walk away. "That's what I wanted." Wishan sneered. This place was too small for a 6th level hunter. He followed Edgar. Dun Li and the others also spread out and looked at the 4th level hunters vigilantly. There were many puppeteers among the 4th level hunters. They had thick skin and strong defense. Lin Sai returned to the carriage. Saber-toothed tiger and another pseudo-divine beast were on guard. The other pseudo-divine beasts had retreated far away. He couldn't participate in a battle of this level. Zichen looked at the 5th level hunter and didn't move. Although he had spoken lightly, he was still very afraid of this unknown realm. The 5th level hunter walked forward and stared at Zichen with only his eyes exposed. He seemed to be grinning maliciously. "Kill!" Battle cries rang out. The first to move were the 4th level hunters. They swarmed toward Dun, Li, and the others. "Scram!" Menta shouted angrily. He tapped the ground and rushed forward in his heavy armor, brandishing his gray tax. Next, the unique sound of heavy armor colliding rang out. They were all existences with extremely strong defense. It was as if 2 giants were attacking each other. Yagu was among the humanoid puppets. He began to fight with the other puppets. His hammers fell, and the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. Edgar blocked Dun Li once again. Their weapons clashed, and sparks flew in all directions. The 2 saber-wielding experts started fighting with Yuan Hong, sending out saber arcs one after another. Malt hid in the carriage and didn't come out. The wildebeest in front of the carriage stood up and stomped the ground, appearing very anxious. Lin Sai stood to the side. This battle had nothing to do with him. The only thing he could do was let the pseudo-divine beast take Malt and escape at the critical moment. Boom! Energy fluctuations spread out in the distance. Two powerhouses with strong light effects had begun to fight. In front of Zichen, the black-robed man's body also began to flicker. The light wasn't bright, but it was naturally emitted by his body. At the same time, there was a strong fluctuation of aura in the light. It was the fluctuation of the wind. His black robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Zichen could sense a gust of wind blowing around him. Combined with his understanding of the fifth level, it wasn't difficult to guess that this was a unique wind attribute. Of all the people he knew, only Zhan Wu Qingfeng had the laws of wind. As expected, no one who could reach the fifth level was weak. This was because the weak were all blocked by the laws of the fifth level. Whoosh! He unsheathed the broken blade in his hand and rushed towards the fifth level hunter with extreme speed. As he moved forward, the wind around him grew stronger, affecting his speed and preventing him from fully utilizing his extreme speed. Wind blade. The level 5 hunter looked at Zichen, who was charging forward, and said coldly. The wind around him grew stronger, and Zichen's robes began to flutter. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wind blade formed in the strong wind and rushed towards Zichen's face. Zichen shifted his body and dodged the attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind rose again, and two wind blades went straight for the back of Zichen's head. Zichen shifted his body again and easily dodged the attack. The wind was indeed strong, but it didn't affect Zichen's senses at all. No matter how clever or unexpected the opponent's attack was, Zichen could still sense it and dodge it easily. After experiencing it personally, he had a deeper understanding of the fifth level hunter. At this level, one could use energy, and that energy was his attribute in the outside world. If Zichen advanced to the fifth level, then his energy would obviously be lightning. However, whether it would still be yin-yang lightning, Zichen wasn't sure. Zichen, who was in the strong wind, kept dodging and didn't take the initiative to attack. It seemed like he was trapped. At this moment, the sky had yet to brighten. It was still somewhat dark. A faint black shadow was quietly moving about. The shadow avoided everyone's senses and approached Yuan Hong. Among the four of them, only Yuan Hong and Dun Li didn't put up any defenses. It seemed like the shadow thought that this person was easier to kill. Zichen was very familiar with this shadow. It was the assassin who had failed to kill him twice and left immediately. The shadow quickly arrived in front of Yuan Hong. Just as the assassin was about to attack, Zichen's voice rang out, "Yuan Hong, behind you!" Yuan Hong's long sword trembled, forcing the two to retreat. He immediately turned around and slashed down with his long sword. Clang! A loud clang sounded out, and the shadow was sent flying by the strong force. His sneak attack had failed, and his face was filled with anger. At this moment, a black light shot out from the strong wind. Chapter 2531. See under C. His sneak attack had failed again, and the black figure was furious. As a level 4 assassin, he was usually the main force of the attack. Read the full article, but in the last battle, his abilities had been completely suppressed, and after 2 failed assassinations, he had no choice but to retreat. Today, he had taken advantage of the fact that his opponent was trapped to attack again, but he had failed again. After 3 failed sneak attacks, he still did not know how his opponent knew his exact whereabouts. Could it be that he really had Heaven's Eye? This assassin did not understand, and there was no need to understand, because Zichen had no intention of letting him live. When he was a level 3, it might have been difficult for him to deal with a level 4 assassin, so he could only let him go. But now that he was a level 4 assassin, the pressure on him was much less. He might not be able to kill those thick-skinned puppets, but it was easy for him to deal with an assassin who had lost his balance, no defense, and no control over his body. A black light forced its way through the strong wind, drawing an arc in the air as it headed straight for the back of the assassin's head. A sharp whistle sounded, and the assassin's face changed as he felt the threat of death. He roared, and the threat of death made him explode with unprecedented potential. Without any leverage, he turned in the air and used his weapon to block in front of him. Swoosh! Just as the incoming black light was about to collide with the weapon, it suddenly changed direction without any warning. Then it turned a corner and pierced into his temple. Uft! The black light pierced through the assassin's temple and then disappeared into the strong wind again. A level 4 assassin died just like that in front of everyone's eyes. This scene brought great shock to everyone. One of the assassins was killed, and they didn't even see clearly what the black light that killed the assassin was. Damn it! The level 5 hunter roared in anger in the strong wind. When he attacked, the opponent still had the chance to kill the assassin. This was a slap in the face to him. In the midst of the strong wind, there was an even stronger whistling sound. Even more wind blades appeared and whistled through the air towards Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen, who was in the midst of the strong wind, began to display extreme speed, dodging one attack after another. The unsheathed broken saber would occasionally draw a saber arc and split the surrounding wind blades in half. Wind is everywhere. My attacks are everywhere. The level 5 hunter said coldly when he saw that Zichen was still able to handle the wind. In the next moment, the howling wind became even stronger. All the wind turned into wind blades, slicing towards Zichen. Chi! Chi! Wherever the wind blades passed, they were everywhere. Even with his extreme speed, Zichen was unable to dodge them all. The broken saber in his hand brought out layers of saber arcs. All the wind blades that were enveloped by the saber arcs were shattered, but there were still more wind blades that went straight for Zichen. Zichen's robe was instantly cut open, and even his skin was bleeding. He was in the middle of the wind blades, and it was as if he was being dismembered. There was no way to dodge such an attack. The difference between a level 4 and a level 5 hunter was completely revealed at this moment. Looking at Zichen, who was dodging the wind blades in a sorry state, the level 5 hunter's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. This level 4 hunter, who had just been boasting shamelessly, would soon be dismembered by the wind blades. Wong! At this moment, there was a slight vibration. Zichen's body was also glowing. It was a very strong and piercing light, and there seemed to be electric snakes swimming around his body. The moment the electric light appeared, the wind blades paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this pause, Zichen turned into a saber arc and tore through the wind blades' defense, rushing towards the level 5 hunter. He was very fast, like a shooting star flying at high speed. The mockery in the level 5 hunter's eyes disappeared. His body flashed with light, and he struck forward with his palm, causing a strong wind force to surge. Boom! The energy formed by the power of the wind vibrated and stopped Zichen from charging forward, causing him to stagger backward. The strong wind had completely disappeared. Zichen steadied himself, the lightning wings on his back flapping gently. His face was a little pale, and his body was covered with wounds. The hand holding the broken saber was also trembling slightly. In front of him, there was a cut on the level 5 hunter's palm, and blood was dripping from the wound. A level 4 hunter against a level 5 hunter. Zichen had injured his opponent, but his own injuries were more serious. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference between the two of them was a huge gap, separated by the recognition of the rules. In the distance, the surging energy was still vibrating. The battle between the 2 level 6 hunters was equally matched. During this period of time, the shock waves of energy made everyone's heart palpitate. Dun Li and the others who were fighting looked at Zichen with concern. They were happy that Zichen had reached level 4, but Zichen's opponent was a level 5 hunter. As level 4 hunters, they knew the difference between a level 5 hunter and a level 5 hunter was much greater than the difference between a level 3 hunter and a level 4 hunter. Even if Zi Chen's combat power was extraordinary, it was still very difficult for a level 4 hunter to fight a level 5 hunter. It was already very impressive that he didn't die. It was too difficult for a level 4 hunter to kill a level 5 hunter. You don't know what's good for you. The level 5 hunter looked at Zi Chen and said. A 3-meter-long wind blade appeared in front of him. After the wind blade appeared, it trembled slightly and went straight for Zi Chen. The wind blade was very fast. Zi Chen's vision blurred, and the wind blade was right in front of him. Zi Chen had no time to dodge, so he could only block with his saber. Clang! The wind blade broke his saber, and a sonorous sound was heard. Zi Chen only felt a strong force hit him, and he was sent flying along with his saber. In the distant battlefield, the 2 level 6 hunters clashed again, and the dazzling light of energy spread in all directions. In this world, a level 6 hunter could be called a powerhouse, a true powerhouse. Powerful forces like the Annihilation Dragon and the Dragon Mountain only had a few level 6 hunters, and they were all the higher-ups. I didn't expect that a random housekeeper from my family would be a level 6 hunter. Washan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly to Steward Mac, "Since you know where I come from, it's meaningless to threaten you with my family." Steward Mac's face was slightly pale, and he said in a low voice, "You took the initiative to show up this time, so there must be more than these few people, right? Are these people not enough to deal with you? Look at what your people have become." Washan laughed sarcastically. On the battlefield, Dun Li and the other 3 were being suppressed. Zi Chen had already been defeated by a level 5 hunter, and what he said before had become a joke. Only Lindsay had no enemies, but it didn't make any difference whether he was there or not. In a battlefield like this, even a level 4 hunter couldn't make a difference, let alone a level 3 hunter who didn't have much fighting power. As time passed, they would be completely defeated, and by then, only death would await them. Steward Mac shook his head and didn't say anything more. Maybe these people were enough, but if they wanted to kill all the witnesses and destroy the evidence, they obviously weren't enough. "It's been 10 breaths. How's your recovery?" Washan asked again in a cold voice. "How about you?" Steward Mac asked. "Not fully recovered, but it's enough to stop you. You're only half right. We've only sent a few people, but I'm not the only expert." Washan's lips curled into a smile. "You're not the only one? What do you mean?" Steward Mac's face immediately changed, and he turned his head to look at the battlefield. Could there be another powerful person hiding there? Washan stood in front of Steward Mac and said, "With me here, you can only watch from here. It's impossible for you to help. A good show is about to start." Steward Mac didn't try to rush in because Washan was right. The other party could definitely stop him. At this moment, his eyes were scanning the crowd, trying to find the hidden, powerful person. It definitely wasn't the level 5 hunter, because there was no need for that. That meant that the hidden, powerful person could only be a level 4 hunter. But it wasn't realistic for such a powerful person to hide, unless Steward might looked at the puppets that were battling Yigo. Unless that powerful figure was hiding among the puppets, it was impossible. Before he could warn Yigo, he saw Yigo wave his battle axe and send a human-shaped puppet flying. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the place where the humanoid puppet was flying was exactly where Malt's carriage was. Steward Mac's face changed greatly. He had already guessed that the hidden person was very likely to be the other party, but it was too late for him to warn Yigo. The man quickly smashed onto the carriage. Then his body began to emit light. The layer of puppet defense that enveloped his body instantly exploded. At the same time, a powerful energy fluctuation spread out in all directions, and the carriage behind him began to shake violently. Lindsay, who was beside the carriage, was instantly sent flying by the sudden, powerful energy fluctuation, along with the 2 divine beasts beside him. A person appeared among the human-shaped puppets. He was also wearing a black robe, and he held the puppet's long sword in his hand. He turned around in the air and slashed toward the carriage. The glowing long sword in his hand directly pierced through the carriage, and then slashed horizontally at the side of the carriage. As the sword fell, the carriage exploded with a loud bang. The upper half of the carriage was thrown into the sky, revealing Malt, who had a frightened look on his face. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react. A powerful level 6 powerhouse was already in front of Malt. "Get out of my way!" Menta roared, his battle axe dancing quickly as he tried to rush to the side of the carriage to save Malt. But the puppets beside him rushed forward one by one to block him. Dunley and the others were facing the same situation. The level 6 hunter stood in front of Malt, looking at him with a cold smile as he raised his sword. Chapter 2532. See Undercity. Looking at the level 6 hunter, Malt's pretty face was filled with fear and shock. Advertisement: the level 6 hunter was also an old man in a black robe. He looked at Malt and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss, I'm sorry." His eyes were gloomy and filled with murderous intent. He didn't look apologetic at all. He raised his long sword high and was about to slash down. Dunley and the others were trapped and couldn't help. Even if they could come in time, it wouldn't change anything. They would be killed in an instant when facing a level 6 hunter as a level 4 hunter. Roar! With a furious roar, the saber-toothed tiger that had been sent flying rushed over and pounced on the level 6 hunter. Uffed. The saber-toothed tiger's head was pierced through while it was still in midair. It was only a level 3 hunter. How could it face a level 6 hunter? Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a black light shot towards the level 6 hunter. On the other side, Zi-chan had made his move. After he made his move, the lightning wings on his back flapped, and he used the 9 flashes of lightning to rush towards Malt. He had a hard time dealing with a level 5 hunter as a level 4 hunter. He would definitely die if he faced a level 6 hunter. However, he had promised Steward Mac and received an energy crystal as a reward. He had to help at this moment. The level 6 hunter reached out and blocked the black light with his palm. Swoosh! The black light changed its direction and attacked from the other side. However, it was useless. The level 6 hunter's palm emitted a bright light. The light seemed to contain a strong attraction force and actually pulled the flying dagger over. So you're relying on this little thing. The throwing knife fell into the hunter's hand. The level 6 hunter looked at the throwing knife and laughed coldly. As a level 6 hunter, he could control the entire scene. No one could do anything to him. Malt seemed to have realized this too. She accepted her fate and didn't take the chance to escape. Even if she ran, she couldn't. After all, her opponent was a level 6 hunter and she was only a level 4 hunter. At this moment, Malt seemed to have lost her soul. She stared fixedly at the 6th-tier hunter, as if she had suffered some kind of blow. The fear on her face was replaced by disbelief. Pulling out the sword from the saber-toothed tiger's head, the level 6 hunter turned around and threw the throwing knife in his hand. Pooh! The throwing knife went straight to Zi-chan. Among the layers of phantoms, it found Zi-chan's real body and pierced through Zi-chan's shoulder armor. The energy contained in it sent Zi-chan flying. This was the strength of a level 6 hunter. Zi-chan did not die, but at the last moment he regained control of the throwing knife and made it change direction slightly. After turning around, the level 6 hunter looked at Malt again. Malt recovered from his shock and said, "Steward Chung, it's you!" "Long time no see, Mississippi, the 6th-tier hunter bowed to Malt. "You want to kill me?" Malt looked at the steward. The level 6 hunter raised his sword again and said, "Miss, please don't blame me." "Second uncle wants to kill me?" Malt asked again. The level 6 hunter did not say anything else. The sword in his hand had already fallen. Malt could not dodge this sword at all. Zi-chan was injured, and the others were trapped. They could not help. Steward Mac was still far away. He was busy with Washan and could not come to help. At this moment, Malt only had a wildebeest beside him, and there was nothing else alive. Death was approaching in an instant. No one could save her, unless a miracle happened and the wildebeest jumped up to save its master. Even so, the wildebeest could only block the attack for a moment for Malt. Just as death was approaching, a miracle happened. The wildebeest broke free from its reins and charged at the level 6 hunter. The level 6 hunter did not turn around this time. He did not think a wildebeest could do any harm to him. He had to act as soon as possible in order to avoid trouble. In the distance, Butler Mai's expression was surprisingly calm when he saw Malt in danger. He was completely unfazed by the scene before him. This made Washan, who was opposite him, a little confused. Under everyone's gaze, the wildebeest charged at the level 6 hunter. The level 6 hunter ignored the wildebeest and quickly slashed down with his sword. At this moment, the battle paused. Everyone turned around to look at this scene. Then, everyone's expressions underwent a drastic change. They became shocked and horrified. When the sword light fell, the level 6 hunter noticed that the wildebeest charging at him was a little strange. The momentum of the sword did not decrease. He turned around subconsciously and looked at the wildebeest. He found that the wildebeest was gone. It was a person who was charging at him, a person who looked like a horse. The huge fist was already in front of him. The fist was shining brightly and kept expanding in front of his eyes. Bang! Before the level 6 hunter's long sword could land on Malt, the fist had already struck the level 6 hunter's face. A powerful force surged, and the level 6 hunter was sent flying along with his weapon. The entire place was silent, or perhaps it could be said that it was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the extra person. His face was very long, like a horse's face. His upper body was also naked. There were lines on his body. At this moment, the lines were shining and looked very strange. This was not the first time Zichen saw a pseudo-divine beast that could transform into a human. When he was still at level 2, he had already seen the moon wolf girl who could transform into a human. But at that time, he was just looking at a mountain from afar. He was just curious and was not shocked. At this moment, when he saw the wildebeest transform into a human, he suddenly remembered what Steward Mac said. As for level 6, you will know when the time comes. At this moment, for words appeared in his mind. Level 6, transformation. Malt was still standing on the carriage. It could be seen that she was very surprised by the wildebeest transforming into a human. However, there was no joy on her face. There was only sadness. This sadness came from the level 6 hunter he knew and the master behind him. The level 6 hunter rolled a few times before he could stabilize his body. Half of his face was swelling up at the fastest speed. He looked at the wildebeest that had transformed into a human and said in shock, "You, under Lord My Chun's orders, I swear to protect the young lady's safety." The horse-faced man said indifferently. He clenched his fist, and the lines on his upper body shone with mysterious light. After he finished speaking, the horse-faced man rushed forward and punched at the level 6 hunter. A ripple of energy vibrated from his fist. Clang! The level 6 hunter raised his sword to meet the attack. When the sword and the fist met, there was a sonorous sound. Looking at the two level 6 hunters fighting, Washan's face was also full of shock. Wildebeest, a transformed wildebeest. The wildebeest was the weakest pseudo-divine beast. It could not even be considered as a pseudo-divine beast. At most, it could be considered as food for pseudo-divine beasts. In this world, it could only be promoted to level 2 at most. He had been in this world for so long, but he had never heard of a level 3 wildebeest, let alone a level 6 transformed wildebeest. Before they came, they had calculated all kinds of unforeseen events and made full preparations. They even calculated that the young lady might have the combat power of a level 5 hunter. However, Under all kinds of calculations, this wildebeest that had been pulling the carriage was excluded. However, there was a problem at this part of the plan that should not have gone wrong. A sixth-rank wildebeest. This was simply a shocking thing. Looking at Washan's shocked expression, Steward Max smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect you to work for my Wu. However, it seems that you miscalculated again." Washan looked back at Steward Mac and said, "Indeed, we miscalculated. A level 6 transformed wildebeest. This is very unexpected. However, you didn't have the upper hand. As long as we hold the two of you, the others can still kill Miss Mai, right?" At this time on the battlefield, Dun Li and the other three could still hold on. The hunters could not do anything to them for the time being. On the other hand, Zichen seemed to have lost. Once the level 5 hunter killed Zichen, he would be able to kill Miss My Family next. In the end, the winner will still be us. Just as Washan said this, the level 5 hunter's huge wind blade collided with Zichen's weapon again, and the impact sent Zichen flying backwards, causing him to lose control of his body. Whoosh! At this time, an arrow pierced through the air and headed straight for Zichen, who had lost control of his body. That arrow was very sharp and fast, and the timing was very good. It was right when Zichen lost his center of gravity. Just like how Zichen dealt with the assassin, this attack was truly fatal. In this situation, no one could react because no one would notice that there was an archer in the dark. This was a sneak attack, and it had the element of surprise. Even if they could react, they would not be able to dodge because behind the arrow there were more arrows, one after another, flying towards the same location. In the face of such a sneak attack, everyone thought that death was the only way out. No one could react, but this did not include Zichen. He had already released his powerful senses, and he had a clear premonition of everything around him. Even though the enemy had been moving close to the ground, as if there was no difference between them and the ground, they still could not escape from Zichen's senses. In other words, Zichen had been so passive all this time because he had split a part of his attention to wait for this arrow. Now, the arrow had finally arrived. He held the broken sword tightly and blocked in front of him. The arrow hit the broken sword, causing his body to fly backwards continuously. In his senses, the archer was drawing his bow and shooting arrows. His eyes were very focused, and his expression was very serious. Each arrow was shot with all his strength. In the next moment, it was time for him to display his strongest archery skills. Even though he was only level 3, within his domain, a level 4 hunter would still die. He had a record of killing a level 4 hunter before, and now, killing a level 4 hunter who had lost his center of gravity and was injured was not a difficult thing to do. Just as the archer was focused on shooting arrows, he did not notice that a black light had arrived not far from him. Then, with extreme speed, it arrived in front of him and pierced through his forehead. Chapter 2533. Undersea, the archer was bent on killing Zichen, but little did he know that Zichen was also thinking of a way to kill him. As long as he was alive, he was a potential threat to others. The wildebeest transformation was beyond his expectations, but it also successfully brought the battle to a stalemate. Therefore, the next battle became the key. Apart from him, the other 4 would be in grave danger if they were targeted by the archers in the dark. That was because the arrow was very fast and caught him off guard. Instead of diverting his attention to warn the other party again and again, he might as well find an opportunity to kill him. As a result, Zichen purposely revealed a flaw in his plan to force the archer to attack him. The moment the enemy stood up and shot an arrow at him, the flying daggers controlled by Zichen also struck at the right time. At this time, the archer was fully focused on calculating Zichen's landing point and position. Arrow after arrow. Under such circumstances, the archer's vigilance towards his surroundings would be lowered by a lot. In fact, he might even lose his vigilance. In the end, Zichen gained the upper hand in this battle and killed the archer. Under the impact of the arrow feathers, Zichin, who was blocking with his saber, was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize himself when he was dozens of meters away. At this moment, the archer had already fallen down and died. At this moment, the battle was truly at a stalemate. Both sides had a chance of winning. Malt, can you fight? After stabilizing himself, Zichin stared at the rank 5 hunter and asked Malt in a deep voice. Of course. Malt stood up from the carriage with a long whip in his hand. Do you need me to help you? No need. Just help a few of them. I can kill this level 5. Zichin slowly shook his head. He tossed the scabbard aside and gripped the broken sword tightly. The lightning wings on his back vibrated again. Shameless boasting. The level 5 hunter smiled coldly. He looked at Zichin and said, Then I'll kill you first. The wind blade appeared once again. This time it was even larger and more powerful than before as it flew straight toward Zichin. This trick is useless against me. Zichin's voice rang out. His entire body flickered rapidly like a beam of light. Just now I was distracted, so you were able to gain the upper hand. But now you won't. Zichin dodged the wind blade and flashed to the side of the level 5 hunter. The broken sword in his hand drew an arc as it slashed towards the hunter's abdomen. Pooh! The broken blade slashed across, breaking through the opponent's energy defense and leaving a wound on the opponent's abdomen. Full text reading, however, the wind blades that followed also left several wounds on Zichin's body. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Zichin's body flashed again. This time, it was aimed at the level 5 hunter's neck. At the same time, his cold voice rang out. So what if you're a level 5? Your defense is just Essa. As he spoke, his body flashed around the level 5 hunter like a shadow. The sound of the sharp blade slicing through the air could be heard continuously. Among them, there were Zichin's attacks and the level 5 hunters. Sword arcs and wind blades were constantly changing between the two of them. Every time Zichin's attack landed on the level 5 hunter, he would receive several times the damage from the level 5 hunter. It was indeed difficult for a level 4 hunter to fight a level 5 hunter. Malt stood up from the carriage. At this moment, she had transformed from a weak young girl into a level 4 hunter. She stood on the carriage with an unusually determined expression. She flicked the whip in her hand. With a crack, the whip was like a venomous snake. It quickly passed through the crowd and wrapped around a level 4 hunter with a long sword. She then exerted her strength and sent the level 4 hunter flying. Yago, who was in the midst of puppets, shouted loudly. His body soared into the sky, and the twin hammers in his hands smashed towards the level 5 hunter. Crack! The moment the hammers fell, the level 5 hunter blocked with his weapon. The huge force broke the level 5 hunter's weapon. At the same time, the hammers fell and crushed the level 5 hunter's ribs. Whoosh! A black light flashed past, and after passing through the hunter's body, it headed straight for the level 5 hunter. Under the combined efforts of the three, a level 4 hunter was killed in an instant. Crack! Crack! The whip in Malt's hand swept around continuously, and the group of level 4 hunters had no choice but to send out 2 of them to deal with Malt. As such, the situation of the battle had completely changed. Zichin's side, who had been suppressed earlier, gradually gained the upper hand. The broken sword in Zichin's hand cut through the level 5 hunter's defense. Numerous wind blades surged from the level 5 hunter's body, leaving many wounds on Zichin's body. At this moment, facing an almost undefeatable opponent, Zichin had no choice but to use the moves he was best at. A life for a life. He wanted to use his unique and powerful life force to exchange a life for a level 5 hunter's. His injuries were very serious at the moment, but the remaining energy crystals in his body were constantly releasing energy to repair his physical body. Although his body was dripping with blood, Several wounds had already started to form scabs. Whoosh! The elusive flying daggers appeared from time to time, helping Zichen neutralize fatal attacks. Go to hell! The level 5 hunter held a wind blade in his hand and stabbed towards Zichen's heart. Zichen used his extreme speed to dodge, so the attack only pierced through his shoulder. But then he grabbed the wind blade tightly and stabbed the level 5 hunter's chest with the broken sword in his hand. Whoosh! The level 5 hunter abandoned the wind blade and retreated, dodging Zichen's attack. In this life for a life, Zichen was seriously injured, but the level 5 hunter was not injured at all. However, before the other party could reveal a smile, something pierced through his chest. It was the ubiquitous flying dagger. The level 5 hunter did not die immediately after his chest was pierced through by the flying dagger. He covered his chest, and a light of energy appeared on his palm, protecting it. At the same time, another wind blade was formed. The level 5 hunter held the wind blade and rushed forward, slashing towards Zichen's head. At this moment, both of them had exhausted a lot of their energy and were seriously injured. They no longer had any moves to speak of. It was a battle to see who was more ruthless and who could last longer. Pum! Zichen blocked with the broken sword. With a loud vibration, the wind blade broke. But the broken wind blade turned into many small wind blades in an instant, cutting towards Zichen's body. Poof! 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 In an instant, Zichen's body was covered with many shocking wounds. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. Poof! But he did not fall. He was still standing. Knowing that the broken sword was no longer a threat to the level 5 hunter, he used his mind to control the flying dagger and shot it towards the level 5 hunter. A strong wind surrounded the level 5 hunter. In the wind, many wind blades flashed and collided with the flying dagger. The sound of metal clashing could be heard, blocking the flying dagger's attack. Seeing the flying dagger blocked, Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. With a roar, he used the last bit of energy in his body and rushed forward with the flying dagger. As he rushed forward, the wounds on his body were squeezed and more blood flowed out. Cross-blade technique. He shouted in his heart and concentrated all his energy on the flying dagger in his hand. A cross-blade arc quickly enlarged in front of his eyes, cutting towards the strong wind. The strong wind seemed to have solidified at this moment. It was split in half by the crossblade arc. The crossblade arc went straight for the level 5 hunter. Poof! The crossblade arc flashed past and left a bloody cross mark between the level 5 hunter's eyebrows. The strong wind around the level 5 hunter disappeared, and the light on his body dissipated. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Zichen in disbelief. He seemed to be unable to accept that his attack had been broken by a level 4 hunter. Poof! Before the level 5 hunter fell, Zichen had already fallen. At this moment, he looked as if he had been dismembered. His body was covered with countless cuts, and his whole body was soaked in blood. After he fell, he gasped for breath. The energy crystal was no longer enough to sustain his injuries. He felt dizzy and had the urge to faint. He bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to stay awake. At this moment, on this battlefield, he could not fall no matter what. His right hand supported the broken dagger on the ground, and his left hand picked up the flying dagger that had fallen to the side. He pinched the flying dagger between his fingers and looked towards the battlefield where Danli was fighting. Poof! At this moment, the level 5 hunter who had been standing in front of Zichen fell. He was dead. A level 4 hunter had killed a level 5 hunter. Zichen had once again accomplished the impossible. Such a battle caused the battlefield to pause for a moment. Everyone stared at Zichen in disbelief, watching him change the tide of the battle once again. Lin Sai quickly ran to Zichen. Without a word, he took out a jade bottle and poured all the sacred source liquid into Zichen's mouth. "Looks like the battle is about to end," Steward Mac said with a gratified smile after seeing Zichen kill the level 5 hunter. I don't think so. He's already heavily injured. As long as I stop you. Before Washan could finish, Steward Mac interrupted him. You can't stop me. You couldn't stop me from the start. Seeing Steward Mac's calm expression, Washan suddenly had a bad feeling. My family allowed me to bring their precious daughter out. Did you really think that there were only 2 level 6 hunters protecting her? You're too naive. Did you really think that we came out to take refuge? Steward Mac smiled and stretched out his hand. His palm began to glow, and a long sword appeared within the glow. Accompanying the appearance of the long sword was a powerful aura and a terrifying pressure. Perhaps everyone present was unfamiliar with this pressure, but Zichen was no stranger to it. This was the pressure of a sacred weapon, and it was the main reason he had come to this world. Chapter 2534. See under Skirti. A powerful aura wreaked havoc on the battlefield, spreading out in all directions. That terrifying aura made people feel suffocated. The crowd, who were originally shocked by Zichen's ability to defeat an enemy of a higher level, turned their heads and stared at the battlefield after sensing the oppressive aura. They saw that Steward Mac was holding a sword in his hand. The aura that suddenly erupted in the battlefield came from that light sword. Zichen's gaze also shifted from the battlefield to Steward Mac's hand. His expression instantly changed. Perhaps they had stayed in this world for too long and had already forgotten the aura of a holy weapon. But Zichen had only been in this world for a little more than a year. He was all too familiar with this aura. Holy weapon. That was a holy weapon. Steward Mac had been carrying a holy weapon with him all this time. He was very surprised and shocked because his purpose in coming to this world was to obtain a holy weapon. Once he obtained one, he would be able to find a way to leave. That's a holy weapon. The moment Washan saw the weapon, his expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. His original confidence had disappeared without a trace at this moment. As a level 6, he was definitely considered a high-ranking person in this world. So it was not strange for him to recognize a holy weapon. It's time for the battle to end. Steward Mac sighed, holding the sword in his hand and swinging it forward. His movements were very light and gentle. It was just a light swing, like scattering flowers. A bright sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword and extended forward. This was the first time Zichen had seen sword aura in this world. Moreover, it was sword aura from a holy weapon. It was very dazzling and shocking. The effect was much stronger than in the outside world. The moment Washan saw the holy weapon, he lost his will to fight. When he fought with Steward Mac, there was no clear winner. But now that his opponent had a holy weapon, he was far from being able to deal with him. He turned and ran without hesitation. This was definitely the fastest speed he had ever run in his life. It was many times faster than Zichen's current fastest speed. Read the full article, but his speed could not compare to the speed of the sword aura. The sword chi came from behind and swept past his body without any resistance. A strange scene appeared. The sword chi had clearly cut through his body, but he was still completely unharmed. He continued to run and advance. After flying for about 50 meters, his body suddenly separated from the top and bottom and fell to the ground in the distance. He slid along the ground for a while before stopping. A hunter of the 6th rank was easily cut in half at the waist by a single strike from a saint weapon. This turn of events was no doubt shocking to the crowd. Before they could even recover from the shock of seeing a level 5 hunter killed, they saw their leader being slashed horizontally by a sword. That was a level 6 hunter, an extremely powerful existence. Yet he had died in front of them just like that. Butler Chung, who was fighting with the wildebeest, had no trace of blood on his face. When he saw Washan being cut in half, he screamed and ran away in fear. "You won't be able to escape." The wildebeest expert didn't chase after him. He just said this sentence lightly. Very far away, Steward Mac threw the saint weapon in his hand at the fleeing Steward Chen. Swoosh! Like an arrow feather, the holy sword emitted a bright light and flew towards Steward Chen. Poof! A few miles away, the space distorted and a powerful energy exploded. Steward Cheng's body was completely penetrated by the holy sword. The holy sword pierced through his chest. He turned back to look at Steward Mac. They were very far apart, but he could still see the mocking smile on Steward Mac's face. This was a scheme, a truly huge scheme. Master, we've all been fooled. Steward Chung thought to himself as he fell to the ground, dead. The situation of the battle had changed too quickly. It was so fast that no one could accept it. Originally, even if Zi Chen had killed a level 5 hunter, he was heavily injured and couldn't do anything. They still had a chance of winning. However, the deaths of the 2 level 6 hunters made them feel true despair. Don't let a single one of them go. A cold voice sounded. The holy sword that had pierced through Steward Cheng's chest suddenly turned back. It was like a ray of light as it flew towards the level 4 hunters. Swoosh! 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 The holy sword swept past them quickly. The level 4 hunters' bodies fell. They thought that their strong defense was nothing in front of the holy sword. Then, the holy sword turned into a ray of light and flew towards Zichen. No. Dun Li and the others saw this scene and cried out in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Looking at the direction of the holy sword, it was obviously going to kill Zichen. But why? Why did it want to kill Zichen? Could it be that he was going to kill everyone to silence them? Their expressions changed drastically as they turned to look at Malt. However, they could only see a blank expression on Malt's face. Clearly, she didn't know what was going on either. The wildebeest expert looked at this scene indifferently. His expression didn't change much. Steward Mac was walking towards them from afar. He, who had displayed level 6 strength, had changed from a kind old man to a decisive expert. Swoosh! The scene that made Dun Li and the others despair didn't happen. The holy sword stopped when it was inches away from Zichen. It floated there with the tip of the sword pointed at Zichen. It was a very dangerous scene. Dun Li and the others felt their hearts in their throats. However, in Zichen's eyes, it was as if he saw a curious baby looking at him curiously. This scene gave him a very strange feeling. Ling Bao, you've scared our little hero. At this moment, Steward Mac's voice was heard. He changed from a level 6 hunter to a steward with a kind smile on his face. Ha! The expressionless wildebeest expert laughed out loud. He looked at Zichen with a face full of admiration. Little guy, you're not bad. Zichen scratched his head. He didn't feel anything strange. He had sharp senses. From the beginning, he didn't feel any killing intent from the holy sword. All of this was purely a prank by the holy sword. Dun Li and the others were shocked. Little hero, the battle is over. This is your reward. Steward Mac walked forward. The holy sword returned to his side and disappeared into light spots. He took out an energy crystal like last time and put it in Zichen's hand. He smiled and said, "You're seriously injured. Hurry up and eat it." Zichen nodded. The energy crystal from before had been completely consumed. This one came at the right time. He didn't hesitate and ate it. However, when he ate it, he heard the sound of saliva being swallowed not far away. When he turned around, he saw Dun Li and the others looking at him with strange expressions. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zichen was startled. There's blood. Maya walked to Zichen's side. That's normal. Zichen touched his face. It was indeed covered in blood. A level 4 killing a level 5. Zichen, you're very strong. Maya looked at Zichen. Her face was full of seriousness and admiration. It seemed that she had only recognized Zichen's strength at this moment. Thank you. Zichen smiled. A holy weapon had appeared in this battle, and 2 level 6 hunters had died. One of them was even the founder of Dragon Mountain. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of power Maya's family had. Moreover, he suspected that he had been involved in a dispute. It was a very big dispute that he couldn't control. In this battle, no one was injured, other than Zichen, who was the most seriously injured. Lindsay had lost a saber-toothed tiger. Although Zichen's injuries were the most serious, he had also gained the most. He had taken all the resources from the level 5 hunter and obtained an energy crystal from Steward Mac. After taking the resources from the level 5 hunter, Zichen finally understood what an energy crystal was. It was an energy crystal that only level 5 hunters or level 5 pseudo-divine beasts could condense. It was like the holy crystals in the outside world. Zichen was treating his wounds, while Dun Li and the others were cleaning up the battlefield. The wildebeest powerhouses Maya and Steward Mac were together. Steward Mac, did we come out because of second uncle? Why did he ask Steward Chung to kill me? Maya hugged her knees as she sat on the grass. I wasn't sure before, but after seeing Steward Chung, I'm sure. Steward Mac sighed. Was second uncle the one who injured father? I miss father. I want to go home. Without master's order, we can't go back for now. Don't worry, master will be fine. The matter is not settled yet. Once it is, he will send someone to bring us back. But don't you always want to come out and play? This is a rare opportunity. Steward Mac would not bring Maya back before the family's matter was settled. They could only continue to wander around aimlessly. After repeatedly assuring Maya that the family would be fine, she was completely relieved. The special carriage was broken, but the battle was over. Similar battles would not happen again in the future, so there was no need for the carriage to exist. After the wildebeest transformed into a powerhouse, it did not change back. After that, Malt rode on the pseudo-mythological beast controlled by Lindsay. Zichen's injuries were getting better day by day. After 7 days, his injuries were completely healed. He had also consumed 1/3 of the energy crystal. Next, he would refine all of the energy crystal and increase his physical strength. He would wait for the rule's approval so that he could awaken his own attribute. Now, apart from the 2 level 6 hunters, Zichen, who had the record of killing a level 5 hunter, was the most powerful powerhouse in the team. Along the way, there were no more dangers that could threaten this powerful team. Most of the time, they only needed Shield Li and the others to make a move. A month later, Zichen had completely refined the second energy crystal he had obtained. His physical body was much stronger than it had been during the battle. However, the rules did not approve of him. He had not reached level 5 yet. Therefore, Zichen took out the 3rd energy crystal. This was his spoil of war. Chapter 2535. See under T. Under the arrangements of the Jiadu family and Huangte family were constantly building their foundations. Read the full text. In the 2nd year of their arrival in this world, they finally completed the basic chapter and began to awaken their abilities, advancing to the ranks of hunters. For them, who had been building their foundations for 2 years, awakening their abilities couldn't be any easier. Moreover, as their abilities awakened, their strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. Rank 2, Rank 3, and soon Rank 4. This was a realm that others would need many years to reach, but they only needed a short period of time. After reaching Rank 4, the Jiadu family had them enter a long period of seclusion. During this period of seclusion, they began to break through to Rank 5. Rank 5 was the prerequisite to enter that city. Only there could they obtain a holy weapon and find their way back. While the Jiatu family was making preparations, the remaining 4 members of the Huate family were also breaking through to Rank 5. At the end of the 2nd battle, Steward Mac gave everyone another round of rewards. Although they had already received quite a bit of sacred origin fluid last time, they had gone through 2 life and death battles and would have to stay here for a long period of time. Perhaps taking into account the increase in Zi Chen's battle strength, Steward Mac gave a much higher reward this time, and Zi Chen alone received 1,000 drops of sacred origin fluid. Even for the current Zi Chen, this was still a considerable number. The third energy crystal was still in the process of being refined, and its energy would be depleted sooner or later. Therefore, Zi Chen still needed to consume more sacred origin fluid to increase his strength. His physical strength continued to grow during the process of refinement. In the middle of a mountain range, Zi Chen was hiding beside a huge rock. He held his breath and fully released his perception. In his hand, the broken blade was already unsheathed and tightly gripped in his hand. At this moment, 10 meters in front of him, Yago and Menta were also hiding in the dark, holding their weapons tightly in their hands. Malt was 20 meters away from Zi Chen, tightly gripping his long whip with a vigilant expression. Dun Li and Yuan Hong were 5 meters behind Zi Chen. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused. It was as if they were waiting for something. A mile away on a high ground, Steward Mac and the wildebeest powerhouse were standing there. They were able to see the movements of the people below. The wildebeest asked worriedly, "Is this possible?" Steward Mac chuckled. "Don't worry. They know what they're doing. Although it is a little dangerous this time, Miss should be fine. Although it is a little dangerous this time, it should not be a big problem. Moreover, this kind of experience will help Miss break through to level 5 as soon as possible." The wildebeest nodded and continued to look down. Of course, his gaze was always on Malt. Once the latter was in any danger, he would rush over as fast as he could. This time, these level 4 hunters were preparing to hunt a level 5 pseudo-divine beast. If they wanted to break through quickly, they would need to reach the peak of level 4. The fastest way was to refine energy crystals. Roar! While they were waiting quietly, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Amidst the roar, the earth trembled and the trees trembled. A black leopard quickly flew out of the forest. It was very fast. Like a ball of black light, it stepped and jumped on the big rocks and quickly escaped into the distance. Behind the black panther, there was a huge creature. It was yellow all over and looked like a bear. However, it was faster than a bear. As it moved forward, its 4 limbs stepped on the big rocks with great momentum. This was an unknown level 5 pseudo-divine beast. It possessed extremely powerful strength. When it roared, it opened its mouth, and the sharp fangs in its mouth reflected a cold light. In a farther place, Lin Sai, who had already memorized the route, carefully controlled the direction of the beast's escape. Finally, after several consecutive jumps, the beast jumped over a big rock. On the side of the rock, Malt, who was hiding, had a flash of light in his eyes. Swoosh! Just after the beast ran, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast came from behind. Its 4 limbs stomped on the big rock, and the rock began to tremble slightly. The level 5 pseudo-divine beast borrowed the force of the impact and leaped forward. At this moment, a long whip, like a viper, appeared from the side at a very tricky angle and wrapped around the front leg of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast. The other part of the whip wrapped around the big rock and was caught by Malt. The long whip was pulled straight, and the big rock began to shake. Then it left its original position and rolled to the side. Malt also staggered and fell to the side. Fortunately, he had a good grasp of the direction and was not crushed by the rolling rock. The person fell, and the rock rolled. However, this obstruction played a great role. The level 5 pseudo-divine beast's body fell down in an instant, its head smashing into a huge rock below. Bang! With a loud bang, the big rock was torn apart. The level 5 pseudo-divine beast shook its head and seemed to feel dizzy. Go to hell! A few meters away, Yago and Menta leapt up, one holding a pair of hammers and the other a battle axe. They ruthlessly chopped down at the level 5 pseudo-divine beast. Bang! In this moment of crisis, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast stabilized its body and took 2 steps back, swatting at Yago with its claw. The claw collided with the hammers, and with a loud bang, Yago was sent flying. There was a huge gap between the level 4 and the level 5. Eft. Menta's attack hit the level 5 pseudo-divine beast, but the battle axe was only able to penetrate the skull a little before it got stuck. Feeling the pain, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast raised its head, producing a powerful force that sent Menta and his weapon flying. Malt let go of the whip in her hand, and the other end of the whip continued to coil around the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's claw. The level 5 pseudo-divine beast grabbed the whip and pounced at the flying Menta. Swoosh! At this moment, a streak of light flashed and arrived in front of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast at an extremely fast speed. Black light flashed as a cross-shaped blade arc flew towards the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's head. The blade arc cut across the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's head, leaving behind a deep wound. However, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's defense was extremely strong, and even Zi Chen's attack wasn't able to kill it in one hit. Ha! Ha! 2 loud shouts followed, closely behind by Dan Li and Yuan Hong. They were skilled in offense, but not defense, so when they appeared in front of Zi Chen, they stabbed their weapons into the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's body before it even hit the ground. However, they weren't able to penetrate much before they were stuck. The 2 pulled out their weapons and rolled on the ground, retreating to the sides. Menta and Yago rushed forward in time, blocking the attacks for the others before the level 5 pseudo-divine beast could become enraged. The 2 of them were in charge of defense, and even Malt quickly rushed over and grabbed the whip again, controlling the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's movements. Roar! The level 5 pseudo-divine beast was completely enraged after being ambushed several times in an instant. Its claws fell, sending Yago and Menta flying. Uft! The moment the 2 of them were sent flying, the cross-shaped blade arc appeared again and struck the place where it had attacked before, making the wound even deeper. Then, Zi Chun retreated, and Dun Li and Yuan Hong rushed forward. Uft! Uft! The 2's attacks were effective, and they continued to roll back. However, this time the level 5 pseudo-divine beast seized the opportunity and pounced at Dunley. It was much faster than Dunley, and it pressed Dun Li to the ground with 1 claw. At the same time, it opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and was about to bite off Dun Li's neck. Bang! At this moment, Malt exerted her strength and forcibly pulled it away. The level 5 pseudo-divine beast turned its head in midair and used the momentum to pounce at her. The speed of this attack was even faster than when it had dealt with Dunley. Malt looked at the approaching level 5 pseudo-divine beast, but found that she had nowhere to hide because the other party was too fast. Those sharp claws were about to press on her shoulder in the next moment, and it could pounce on her and swallow her at any time. The fear of death surfaced in her heart. Uft! At this moment, a black light appeared behind Malt and shot at the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's eyes at lightning speed. As expected, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's eyes were pierced, and at the same time, the black light didn't slow down and flew out from the back of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's head. The powerful force it carried caused the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's body to slow down, and it raised its head and rolled back. After crashing to the ground and rolling a few times, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast lay motionless on the ground. Blood gushed out from its wounds and dyed the ground red. The whip fell to the ground, and Malt's body went limp as she sat on the ground. Looking at the dead level 5 pseudo-divine beast, her pretty face turned pale. It was too dangerous just now. If Zi Chen had attacked a little later, her life would have been in danger. Seeing that the level 5 pseudo-divine beast had died, Dun Li and the others also came forward. Although they had only attacked twice, they had consumed a lot of their strength. After all, each attack had used their full strength. Zi Chen's face was pale, and he felt a little dizzy. The last attack had consumed too much of his mind power. After a short silence, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Obviously, their method had worked, and they had killed a level 5 pseudo-divine beast. If they could kill one level 5 pseudo-divine beast, they could kill more. They had found a shortcut to improve their strength quickly. Dozens of meters away on a big rock, Steward Mac and the wildebeest looked at each other and saw the appreciation in each other's eyes. They nodded with satisfaction. "Look, is there anything?" Lindsay ran out from the side and said excitedly, "Done." Lee immediately went forward and used the long sword in his hand to cut open the level 5 pseudo-divine beast's head with difficulty. A glowing crystal rolled out from the head. That glowing crystal was the energy crystal. It's really there. It's really a level 5 pseudo-divine beast. Lindsay's eyes lit up when he saw the energy crystal. Lee picked up the energy crystal and threw it to Zichin. Zichin took it and looked at it, and then threw it to Malt, saying, "You've worked hard. We'll start from you." At this moment, Malt was no longer their employer, but their companion. Chapter 2536. Cianity, the wildebeest powerhouse, and Steward Mac looked down from a high vantage point. Through the not-so-dense forest, they could clearly see the motionless people hiding behind a large rock. A moment later, a roar came from the forest. A level 5 pseudo-divine beast was lured out, and it quickly chased after the level 4 black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard rushed in the designated direction, and a long whip, like a viper, quickly wrapped around the neck of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast. The whip was pulled taut in an instant, causing the other party to stagger and crash into the ground, creating a deep crater. "Go!" With a low shout, Yago and Menta rushed out from both sides and attacked the pseudo-divine beast. The pseudo-divine beast roared in pain and went completely crazy. At this moment, a light flashed, and Zichin used the heavenly thunder wings to rush up. Dun Li and Yuan Hong followed, closely behind him, the weapons in their hands reflecting a cold light. A moment later, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast fell down and died with a sorrowful cry. Blood flowed out of its wound and dyed the ground red. Half a year had passed since the first hunt. During this time, they had killed more than 10 level 5 pseudo-divine beasts. During this time, Lindsay finally advanced from level 3 to level 4, becoming a truly powerful existence and controlling many level 4 pseudo-divine beasts. As for Zichen's group of 6, even though half a year had passed, they still hadn't broken through and were still level 4 hunters. But during this time, their fighting strength had also increased rapidly, and they were much more powerful than before. The wildebeest powerhouse nodded in satisfaction after watching the previous clean battle from the high vantage point. He said, "After this period of cooperation, their tacit understanding has increased, and their fighting strength has also increased." Steward Mac nodded with a smile. Dun Li's group was very strong and could definitely be considered geniuses. Of course, Zichen was an even more talented existence in the group. Even more so than his Mississippi Dun, Li took out the energy crystal, looked at it, and threw it to Zichin. "This time you can have it." "For me? It shouldn't be my turn yet, right?" Zichin took the energy crystal and asked doubtfully. "It's my turn, but I haven't finished refining it yet. It would be a waste to leave it here, so I'll give it to you first," Yagus said as he walked out of the human-shaped puppet. If they were compared to geniuses, then Zichin was a monster among geniuses. There was still a huge gap between them. Zichin could refine an energy crystal in less than a month, but they would need several months. Their speed was far slower than Zichen's. Full text reading after learning about Zichen's refining speed. They were completely convinced by Zichin. Even Lindsay, who had always been proud and arrogant, could not say a word when it came to Zichen's talent. Just take it. I know you've finished refining it. Malt looked at Zichen with a smile. After a long period of practice, she had lost the delicate temperament of a young lady from a big family. She had become calmer on the battlefield, and her combat experience had increased a lot. It had been a long time since she had been defeated by a pseudo-divine beast like the first time. In that case, I won't hold back. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to reach level 5 after refining this energy crystal. Zichen swallowed the energy crystal in his hand in one gulp. Are you going to break through again? You're really a monster. Hearing Zichen's words, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. When they first met Zichen, he had only just reached the 3rd tier. In the past year, he had jumped from the 3rd tier to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Now he was showing signs of reaching the 5th tier. At night, Zichen sat on the side refining the energy crystal. He could feel that his body seemed to be reaching a certain limit, and the recognition of the rules seemed to be coming at any time. Therefore, he wanted to refine the energy crystal as soon as possible. Dozens of meters away, Dun Li and the others were roasting meat over a fire. The aroma of the meat assailed their nostrils, and they could hear their laughter from time to time. Steward Mac had not paid them for a long time. This was not to say that he was stingy, but that they were determined not to accept it. This was because there was no distinction between employer and employer now. They had become partners and friends, like an adventure team. They would work together to get paid for their adventures. Beside the bonfire, Butler Mike glanced at the horse-faced, powerful being, and the latter nodded. He then stood up and walked towards Zichen. Zichen heard the footsteps and opened his eyes. He saw Steward Mac. Steward Mac nodded at Zichen and sat beside him. He looked at the backs of the people sitting around the fire and said, Zichen, what do you think of the young lady? Opinion? Don't have any opinion. He's very intelligent and isn't squeamish. He's easy to get along with. This abrupt question caused Zichen to be startled. After thinking for a moment, he replied, What about my family? What do you think of the young lady's family? Steward Mac asked again. Zichen shook his head and said, I've never been to my family, so I'm not sure. But I think it should be a big family, not weaker than the Hort, Cato, and Doff. I can tell you that my family is stronger than the other 3 families. Steward Mac said. Steward Mac's words surprised Zichen. He thought that my family was only on par with the other 3 families, or maybe even weaker. After all, the other 3 families were constantly adding new blood. I know that you have some enmity with the Hort family. If you are willing to join my family, the Hort family will definitely think twice before dealing with you. They might even give up on dealing with you. Steward Mac continued as he looked at the surprised Zichen. Join my family? The invitation made Zichen a little surprised. I've been observing you recently. We are very satisfied with your character, and the young lady doesn't reject you. I invite you to join my family, and hope that you can become the young lady's personal guard. Of course, if the young lady is interested in you, I would be happy to see that happen, as long as the family leader doesn't object. After all, you have a calm and steady personality, and are someone worth trusting. Steward Mac looked back at Zichen and said, As for the reward, you don't have to worry about it. As long as you have enough potential, the family will train you to a higher level. If you join my family, you won't have to worry about resources. This kind of temptation was not small. He could enjoy endless resources, protect the young lady, and even have a relationship with the young lady. This was an invitation to reach the sky in a single bound, and for most people it was an invitation that they couldn't refuse. However, these conditions weren't enough to tempt Zichen, and they didn't even cause a ripple in his heart. This was because he didn't belong to this world, and he couldn't stay here for a long time. He was just a passerby, and his ultimate goal was to return to the Life Star and protect it from the invasion of the alien race. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and shook his head. What? You don't want to? Steward Mac was surprised by Zi Chen's quick answer. Zi Chen thought for a while and said, Steward Mac's conditions are too good, and I want to accept. However, I have to go to that city. I have a mission and a mission. In this world, there was only one place that could be called a city, and that was the core of this world, the place where all the experts gathered. It's not a conflict. My family also has influence in that city. When the time is right, we will return to that city. Steward Mac said. He thought that Zi Chen was the same as everyone else who came to this world, and that entering that city was their dream. I appreciate Steward Mac's kindness, but I didn't enter that city to stay there. It's to leave that place, and I have to return to my world. Leave? You can't leave this world. Steward Mac was surprised. Maybe it's impossible for others, but I didn't enter this world through proper means, so I have a chance to leave. To be honest, I entered this world through the Jiatu family's passage. Before I came to this world, I wasn't a saint king, but a saint. Steward Mac, who had always been calm, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. His face was full of shock. Zi Chen's performance along the way had already made him very satisfied, which was why he felt pity for him. However, he had never thought that Zi Chen was only a saint and not the lowest standard saint king recognized by this world. In this way, the potential that Zi Chen had shown was much greater than he had expected. There has always been a rumor that the Jiatu, Hort, and Da families control a special passage. That passage has a very small chance of letting people leave. It seems that this rumor is true. Steward Mac's face was full of shock. When I was in the outside world, I had a deal with the Jiatu family. I need to come here and bring a saint weapon out for them. Therefore, I can only refuse Steward Mac's kindness, because once I find a way to get the saint weapon, I will find a way to leave and return to the outside world. Zi Chen didn't hide anything from Steward Mac because the other party was worthy of his trust, and also because he had nothing at the moment. This result was beyond Steward Mac's expectations. He expressed his regret, but didn't insist on saying anything more. In fact, after knowing these things, he finally understood why Zi Chen had such talent. How could a person who could make a deal with the Jiatu family be an ordinary person? He wasn't disappointed, but rather looked forward to it, because such a person was destined to be extraordinary, and such a person was destined to leave his own mark in this world. Zi Chen continued to refine the energy crystal. During the day, he and the others searched for level 5 pseudo-divine beasts to hunt. The task of searching was naturally completed by Lindsay's pseudo-divine beast. In this way, as the days passed, Zi Chen's physical body became stronger and stronger. Soon, a month had passed, and the energy crystal was completely refined by Zi Chen. At night, the team stopped to rest. Dun Li and the others were busy making a fire to roast meat, while Zi Chen continued to sit cross-legged. Recently, his body had undergone some kind of intense change. About a quarter of an hour later, Zi Chen's body suddenly glowed from the inside out. Chapter 25:37. See under Sir T. Zi Chen's body glowed in the dark. Advertisement: the light wasn't particularly bright during the day, but it was very conspicuous in the dark. Dun Li, who was about to start a fire, noticed the abnormality in the distance from the corner of his eye. He stopped what he was doing and subconsciously turned around. The source of the abnormality was Zi Chen. He looked at Zi Chen and saw the light on Zi Chen's body. His expression froze in shock. Zi Chen's body glowed brighter and brighter. Seeing that Dun Li hadn't made a move, Yuan Hong looked up and was naturally attracted by the sudden light. He then saw the glowing Zi Chen, and his expression froze. His hand that was about to cut the meat also paused. Yigu and Menta were tidying up the things on the cart. Speaking of which, they'd thrown away most of the worthless things along the way, but there were still so many things on the cart that they didn't even have a place to put their armors and puppets. The two also noticed a light not far away and stopped what they were doing. They turned around to look at the source of the light. Then the expressions on their faces froze, and shock gradually appeared in their eyes. The light on Zi Chen's body glowed brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire area. Steward Mac, horse-faced, and Malt all turned around to look at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body was glowing brightly. The light came from the inside out, flickering with traces of electricity. It made Zi Chen's face look both sinister and mysterious. An energy fluctuation formed a ripple that spread into the distance. That's energy. Rank 5 energy. That's the light of rank 5 energy. Dun Li and the others were filled with disbelief. Zi Chen's realm had been the lowest among them, and he'd been a pure newcomer. But now he was the first to reach rank 5. The light on his body was the light of energy that appeared in his body after he had obtained the recognition of the rules. That was the standard sign that he had entered level 5. Soon, Zi Chen's body would awaken an energy crystal, indicating that Zi Chen had entered level 5. Steward Mac's face was filled with shock, but his shock was different from that of Dun Li and the others. Dun Li and the others were shocked by Zi Chen's rapid breakthrough into level 5, while he was shocked by the energy attribute that Zi Chen was currently releasing. That energy was filled with destructive power. Streaks of lightning coiled around its body. It was an extremely rare lightning attribute. Thunder, it's actually thunder. This was the real reason why Steward Mac was shocked. This was because there were different levels of energy attributes. The lightning attribute that Zi Chen had awakened was obviously much more powerful than the average energy attribute. In other words, as soon as he entered level 5, he was already superior to many level 5s. I didn't expect it to be the lightning attribute. That's a very rare attribute. It was full of destructive attributes. This little guy is really something, the strong wildebeest said. At this moment, the lightning that was flashing on Zi Chen's body made the strong wildebeest feel a sense of danger. This energy attribute is really unusual. It seems that I have underestimated him. Steward Mac, who knew more than the strong wildebeest, shook his head and sighed. He has broken through. He has broken through so quickly. Lindsay found it hard to accept the fact that Zi Chen had broken through. He had just entered level 4, but Zi Chen had broken through one level faster than him. Moreover, this had happened in just over a year. The speed of his breakthrough was too fast. It was too shocking. At this moment, Lindsay did not know that the others had suffered a much greater blow than him. This was because they had been in level 5 for many years. They had not been able to break through for many years. However, today they saw someone who had been in level 5 for only a year enter level 5 without any hindrance. Wasn't it said that it was very difficult to enter level 5? Wasn't it said that there were rules to suppress it? Wasn't it said that many people were excluded from the threshold? Why was Zi Chen able to enter level 5 so easily? Moreover, it was so easy. It was so easy that there were no bottlenecks. It was just a matter of time. Of course, they were happy for Zi Chen's breakthrough. However, they were somewhat indignant and envious. Of course, they did not hate him. This guy, isn't his breakthrough speed a little too fast? Even the daughter of my family felt a little unbalanced at this moment. She had always felt that she was very talented. However, she had suffered a big blow today. She was also about to reach level 5. However, she had always believed that she would be faster than Zi Chen. Everyone was shocked that Zi Chen could break through so quickly. They were quite emotional about it. This kind of talent really made people exclaim in admiration, envy, and jealousy. Perhaps this was the saying, comparisons are odious. However, at this moment, the lightning radiance that was emitted from Zi Chen's body suddenly changed. The dazzling radiance began to change forcibly. Half of his body suddenly became golden, and there were golden lightning snakes swimming around him. The radiance was scorching and filled with tyrannical aura. The other half of his body was emitting silver light. The silver lightning snakes were cold and tyrannical as they flashed and wandered around his body. His body became half gold and half silver. The two different auras of scorching heat and cold appeared on his body. They then spread out with an extremely oppressive aura. What's going on? Such a change shocked Dun, Li, and the others. Zi-Chen's energy attribute seemed a little strange. Dual attributes, how is this possible? When the strong wildebeest warrior and Steward Max saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Zi-Chen's situation was completely different from common sense. It was strange. They had never heard of a person who could awaken dual attributes when he awakened energy. It didn't make sense at all. At this moment, Zi-Chen was unaware of the drastic changes in everyone's expressions. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged as he quietly sensed abdomen's position. The energy that was previously suppressed by the rules was released at this moment. The energy gathered in his abdomen and formed a ball as if it was forming a core. The ball emitted dazzling lightning. It was Zi-Chen's lightning attribute. Zi-Chen had always expected that he could awaken the lightning attribute. However, Zi-Chen was concerned about whether he could awaken the yin-yang lightning attribute. As this thought came to his mind, the energy crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. In the radiance, gold and silver colors appeared. Dual attributes had appeared. After perceiving the two energy attributes, Zi-Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the rules still suppressed him, his combat power was undoubtedly much stronger than an ordinary level 5 with 2 attributes. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to fight level 6 opponents, but he would definitely be able to suppress level 5 opponents. Now that he had energy, he was much stronger than before in all aspects. For example, his extreme speed and the lightning blade manipulation flying daggers would be upgraded to a higher level. More importantly, after reaching this level, Zi-Chen was qualified to enter that city and look for what he wanted. This was his own energy, so he didn't need a long time to familiarize himself with it. Zi-Chen's mind moved, and the energy entered abdomen and lay dormant. The energy crystal that shone with a dazzling radiance also turned into a reserved gold and silver color. In the outside world, the dazzling radiance on Zi-Chen's body disappeared. He opened his eyes. When Zi-Chen opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was staring at him with different expressions. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Zi-Chen touched his face and asked in confusion, "Did you break through?" Malt looked at Zi-Chen and asked. "Yes." Zi-Chen nodded. "I'm going to strangle you. Why did you break through?" Malt stepped forward and pinched Zi-Chen's neck. She shook him with all her might and clenched her small canine teeth. Everyone's expressions changed at this moment. Then they all smiled and congratulated Zi-Chen on his breakthrough. "Humph, this is so boring. You're one step ahead of me." Malt was tired and could only sit aside. Her current strength was no match for Zi-Chen's. Moreover, she didn't use any strength just now. She was just joking. "Zi-Chen, congratulations on your breakthrough. Let's drink until we're drunk tonight," Dun Li said with a smile. "Yes, there's no pressure now. We can drink to our heart's content." Yuan Hong also smiled. In fact, although they were jealous that Zi-Chen broke through faster than them, they were still convinced because Zi-Chen worked harder than them. "Indeed, I need to relax." Zi-Chen nodded with a smile. They had been out for a long time and didn't have much wine left. This was because they had met a caravan last time and exchanged some things for some wine. Zi-Chen's breakthrough was naturally worth celebrating. Moreover, the stronger Zi-Chen's combat strength was, the better it was for the whole team. Zi-Chen also promised that he would go all out to hunt level 5 divine beasts and help others break through. While they were completely oblivious, the wildebeest expert and Steward Mac were still sober. At this moment, they were looking at the people who were drinking with regret. This regret was directed at not being able to keep Zichen in my family. After seeing Zichen break through and awaken 2 attributes, they had a higher opinion of Zichen's potential. Unfortunately, such an existence with such great potential couldn't be kept in the family. If he's willing to stay, I'm actually quite willing to be a matchmaker for him. I believe that the master will recognize him after seeing his potential. Steward Max said, his character is not bad and he has great potential. The master will certainly agree. The wildebeest expert said. Steward Max sighed and said, but unfortunately he doesn't belong here. The wildebeest expert said, that's not necessarily true. There have been rumors over the years, but how many people have really left? Although this kid has great potential, he can't leave just because he wants to. Once he is unable to leave with young Mrs. Beauty, as long as you add a little color, he will obediently join the My family. Steward Mac looked back at the wildebeest expert and said in surprise, when did you start to grow a brain? I have, okay? On the 2nd day, Zichen brought a few people to hunt a 5th-rank false divine beast. Just as everyone had guessed, the current Zichen was completely capable of fighting a false divine beast alone. 1 month later, everyone had a great harvest. On a certain night, a strange voice suddenly sounded out, startling everyone awake. Chapter 2538. See, understand, this voice was sharp and drawn out. When it reached the place where everyone was resting, it immediately woke them up. Updated. What's that sound? Zichen opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. The sound seemed to be coming from there. It seemed to be some kind of transmission signal. He released his senses and didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. The sound was too abrupt, and his expression became alert. What's going on? Dun Li and the others got up, their weapons already in their hands. They were all on high alert. Don't be nervous, everyone. It's just a transmission signal. Steward Mac got up and comforted everyone. He then took out a small bamboo whistle and blew into it. The same sharp and drawn-out sound echoed in all directions. Immediately afterward, the 2 sounds rose and fell, communicating some kind of message to each other. Steward Mac, what's this? Malt sleepily walked out of the tent and came to Steward Mac's side. Steward Mac put away the bamboo whistle and said, it's someone sent by your father. The conflict in the family should be resolved. We can go back now. Really? Malt's eyes widened, and her pretty face was filled with joy. Really? Steward Mac nodded. Malt excitedly cheered. The joy of going home filled her heart. She was very happy and excited. However, she quickly calmed down. Turning her head to look at Zichen and the rest, she asked in confusion, if we go back, what about them? Steward Mac said, the mission ends here. If they want, they can come with us to a nearby town. Malt was puzzled. Can't they come with us? They're all prodigies with powerful combat abilities. Father should be very happy. Steward Mac spread out his hands and revealed a helpless expression. Malt turned to Zichen and the others. Are you unwilling? You don't want to go back with me? Thank you for your kindness, Malt. It's just that we're used to living a life of bloodshed and don't know any rules. So it's inevitable that we won't be able to adapt to the family. Moreover, we're not used to being restrained. It's good to be free like this. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Dun Li said with a smile, rejecting the other party's good intentions. Yuan Hong and the others nodded in agreement. What about you? Malt looked at Zichen with a complicated expression and asked, are you going to stay behind and do the mission with them? Do you want to be free too? Zichen shook his head. A hint of elation appeared on Malt's face. She thought that Zichen was not going back with them and would go back with her. Please go here to read a book. She was prepared to promise Zichen some freedom in advance. But Zichen's next words made the joyous smile on Malt's face disappear in an instant, and he became dejected again. I have a quest. I have to go to that city. This was also a rejection. Although the My family had power in that city, the family she belonged to was only in the town. It was close to the city, but not in the city. Seeing the Mrs. disappointed expression, Steward Mac said, "Zi Chen, we're going in the same direction as you, so we can travel together." "Thank you, Steward Mac." Zi Chen thanked him. Steward Mac smiled. When Malt heard that they could travel together for a long time, the disappointment on her face lessened. Zi Chen had great potential. He was a freakish prodigy. Dun Li and the others were naturally reluctant to let such a person go. However, they could not force Zi Chen to do anything. Moreover, Zi Chen had also helped them a lot during this period. However, just like Malt, they also felt a sense of loss. This was because they were going to miss a prodigy with great potential. 2 hours later, the earth trembled. A team that looked like cavalry passed through the dense forest and appeared in everyone's sight. The leader was a man covered in armor. His body was full of killing intent. There were dried bloodstains on his armor. Under the light of the bonfire, it reflected a dazzling cold light. He was riding a huge exotic beast. According to the people's experience with pseudo-divine beasts, this exotic beast was at least equivalent to a level 5 pseudo-divine beast. Behind him, there were 4 other people riding pseudo-divine beasts. Traces of battle could be seen on their bodies. They quickly passed through the forest and came to Malt. The leader took off his helmet. Under the light of the bonfire, his handsome face was revealed. He looked slightly older than Zi Chen. His eyebrows were as sharp as blades, and he was extremely handsome. He hugged his helmet with one hand and came in front of Malt. He bowed and said, "Greetings, miss." Behind him, the other 4 people all went down on one knee. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the handsome man. It seemed that he was born with some kind of affinity and attraction. "Brother Chang Feng." Malt looked at the handsome man and smiled. "Chang Feng, I didn't expect you to come. How's the family? Is the family head doing well?" Steward Mac, who was standing beside Malt, asked. "Everything is fine." Chang Feng, who was wearing armor, said indifferently. At this moment, there was only Malt in his eyes. He said dotingly, "You've suffered during this period. You've lost weight and become a little tanned. But I've become stronger." Malt clenched her fists. She was like a little girl who was trying her best to perform and hoping to be praised by her parents. The sound of a carriage came from the forest behind them. A large carriage, pulled by exotic beasts, came over. Chang Feng said with a smile, "Hurry up and get on." Maya nodded obediently and walked towards the carriage. However, she had only taken a few steps when she turned around and glanced at Zi Chen. "Zi Chen." Chang Feng's eyes followed Malt's gaze and saw Zi Chen. He frowned slightly. "Chang Feng, are you the Prince of Beast Tamers, Ku Chang Feng?" At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. It came from the Beastmaster, Lindsay. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Chang Feng with a shocked expression. Zi Chen and the others turned to look at Chang Feng again. At this moment, their expressions finally underwent a drastic change. As a Beastmaster, Lindsay often mentioned the name of another Beastmaster, Ku Chang Feng. He had the title of Prince of Beast Tamers. It was said that he had reached level 6 at a young age and was the strongest among the level 6 Beastmasters. He was known as the youngest Beastmaster in the world and also the one with the highest potential. It was said that he had once been able to control beasts of a higher level. He was also very handsome, which was why he was called the Prince of Beast Tamers. Lindsay had always admired this Prince of Beast Tamers and regarded him as an idol. He didn't expect to meet him today. This was completely unexpected. Since Ku Chang Feng was here, it was obvious that these beasts were his beasts. They should be level 5 pseudo-divine beasts. "You're a Beastmaster too?" Chang Feng exclaimed and looked back at Lindsay. Lindsay nodded, looking a little excited. "Too bad you're only level 4. Too weak. Changfeng said, shaking his head. After that, he turned around and said, "Let's go." From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at Dun, Li, and the others. He only glanced at Zichun because of Malt's gaze. Not to mention them. Even the level 6 wildebeest powerhouse didn't catch his eye. This was a person who was difficult to get close to, and also a person who was proud. Ku Changfeng put on his helmet again and jumped onto the back of the beast. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." "Let's go." Steward Mac seemed to be used to Ku Changfeng's indifference. He nodded and said, Dun Li and the others immediately followed and prepared to leave with the team. Swoosh! At this moment, a long spear blocked in front of them, but it was blocked by one of the four. Dun Li and the others were stunned. Changfeng, they are Mrs. Friends. They have been protecting Mrs. Safety along the way, Steward Mac said as he walked to the carriage. I will protect Mrs. Safety from now on. They are not needed. Ku Changfeng said without turning his head. They are just going back to a nearby town. Steward Mac continued. Don't come within 200 meters of the team. Ku Changfeng said coldly. Brother Changfeng, they're my friends. Malt poked his head out of the carriage and said to Ku Changfeng with grievance. A smile appeared on Ku Changfeng's cold face. He turned around and said, 100 meters. Steward Mac, miss. Mai, you go first. We plan to stay here for a while. Dun Li saw that Ku Changfeng wasn't easy to get along with and didn't want them to follow him, so he cupped his fist and said to the two, there wouldn't be any danger along the way, so the 5 of them could leave. They were used to being free, so they obviously didn't want to see the other party's face. That's good too. Zichen, let's go. Steward Mac could only nod. Take care, everyone. Zichen turned around and cupped his fist at the 4 of them before walking to the carriage. Steward Mac was in charge of driving the carriage while Zichen sat beside him. Ku Changfeng saw this scene and frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Malt poked his head out again and smiled at Zichen. Zichen, don't sit on the carriage. Come in and sit. It's very spacious inside. Zichen, who was sitting on the carriage, already felt that the atmosphere was not good, so he didn't want to go in. But before he could refuse, Malt dragged him into the carriage. In Steward Mac's eyes, this was not strange at all, because they had been eating and living together during this period of time and had already become friends. But Ku Changfeng didn't know this. He slightly narrowed his eyes, which seemed to emit a cold light. Goodbye. If you are lucky enough to pass by Jingletown, you can find me there. After dragging Zichen into the carriage, Malt leaned against the window and waved at Dun Li and the others. Yes, goodbye. Dun Li and the others waved back. Looking at the carriage in front of him, Ku Changfeng's face was completely dark. Unfortunately, it was night and he was wearing a helmet, so no one could see the scene. Steward Mac guessed it, but he just smiled. There was an empty seat next to the carriage, and the wildebeest expert sat on it. Ku Changfeng didn't have anything to say about this, because the wildebeest expert was a guard trained by the family master and was responsible for Malt's safety. It was a corpse-level guard. Chapter 2539. Sienderse. After Ku Changfeng and the others left, the air became cold, and even the temperature of the bonfire seemed to have dropped. The shadow leopard next to Lindsay looked in a certain direction, cautiously. Its back was bent like a bow, ready to attack at any time. It was as if an invisible force had locked onto them. They were like prey being targeted by a powerful hunter, making them very nervous. It must be Ku Changfeng's beasts. They are patrolling here, Lindsay said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind whistled, and a black shadow flashed past in the distance. It's really hard to get close to people from big families. Luckily, we didn't accept Steward Mac's invitation, or we would have lost our freedom. Yuan Hong sighed. Let's go. We should go to Dragon Mountain Town and see how the boss will deal with the Dragon Mountain. Ever since the last sneak attack, Dun Li had secretly sent the news to Annihilation Dragon's headquarters. According to Annihilation Dragon's rules, they couldn't just let this matter slide. Sitting in the carriage, Zi-Chun didn't talk and laugh with Malt. He spent most of his time cultivating. You're already at level 5. Why are you still working so hard? Malt asked curiously when Zi-Chun woke up a few days later. I'm not at level 6 yet. I'm the weakest here, Zi-Chun said with a smile. But you're very strong. They can't be compared to you. Malt tilted his head and looked at Zi-Chun. Zi-Chun smiled and didn't say anything. After entering that city, he still had a big enemy to face. The stronger he was, the better. Every time Zi-Chun stepped out of the carriage, he would be met with sharp gazes. Those gazes came from Ku Changfeng and the 4 rank 5 guards. Zi-Chun had to endure these hostile gazes every day, so he rarely left the carriage. Advertisement: this was only after they found out that Zi-Chun would not follow them into Jinghua Town. If they did not know about this, they would have thought of other ways to kill him halfway. Ku Changfeng had feelings for Malt, and Malt definitely didn't treat Ku Changfeng as an ordinary subordinate. As for what exactly was going on between the two, Zi-Chun didn't have the time to find out. He didn't have a big heart for gossip. He just wanted to know more about that city. Steward Mac should be very clear about that place, but he couldn't find a chance to ask. Thus, he could only stay in the carriage and cultivate. Along the way, Ku Changfeng's beast tamer was keeping an eye on them, so nothing unexpected happened. Zi-Chun didn't need to do anything. He enjoyed almost the same treatment as Malt in the team. Without a chance to make a move, these people naturally did not know what kind of strength this young man, who looked younger than Ku Changfeng, had. Because they were going directly back to Jinghua Town, there was no need to deliberately go to other places. According to Steward Mac's estimation, they would arrive at Jinghua Town in about half a year. Of course, if they rushed at full speed, it would be even faster. This was also the reason why Zi-Chun chose to follow this team. If he had to walk alone, he didn't know how long it would take to reach that city. In the center of this world, there was a city. This was the only place in this world that dared to be called a city. The City of God. This was the name of the city. It was very grand and had a deep meaning, because in this city lived the God race. They were the true gods in the eyes of the world. All the strong people in the world gathered here. The minimum requirement to enter this place was to be a level 5 hunter. It was said that level 7 and level 8 hunters were very common in this city. If you were lucky enough, you could see level 9 hunters or even gods. This city had a large population, but not many people went in and out every day. It was very deserted. On this day, 6 people came to the City of God. Among the 6 people, there was an old man. The other 5 were young people, but they had already reached level 5 at such a young age. They were qualified to enter the city. The old man looked at the city, but didn't enter. Instead, he turned around and took out a token. He handed it to the leader of the group and said, "Hill, take this token and enter the city to find the people from the Doff family. As for whether you can leave with the holy weapon, it will depend on your luck." The young man from the Doff family, named Hill, took the token and nodded. "Don't worry. I will definitely be able to leave with the holy weapon. There is a person outside waiting for me to kill him with the holy weapon." After that, Hill put away the token and led the other 4 people to the gate of the City of God. The entire door was completely open, but they couldn't see what was inside. When everyone walked to the door, they saw a light screen appear above their heads and fall down. This light screen was similar to an energy detector. It was controlled by the laws. Anyone below level 5 would not be able to force their way through it. The only result of trying to break through the light screen was death. The ripples flickered, and the 5 people walked in. Among the 3 families, the Doff family was the first to enter the City of God. A few days later, the 5 people from the Hort family arrived. Hort Tommy was dead, so they only had 4 spots left. The level 5 guide did the same as the old man from the Doff family. He didn't choose to enter the city. Instead, he gave them a token and told them to take it and enter the city. After another half a month, the Jatu family finally arrived. This team of 4 was led by Jatu Huangtu. He held the token and walked towards the city of God. But when the light screen fell, he turned to look at the sky and murmured, "Zichen, where are you? Have you reached level 5? It seemed that Mai missed her parents too much. She ordered the team to speed up. In the 5th month, they reached the boundary of Thorn Tree Town. The Mai family didn't live in Jingle Town. Instead, they lived more than 20 miles away. They had a manor that was 1/3 the size of Jingle Town. Steward Mac and Maya tried to invite Zi Chen into the Mai family, but Zi Chen refused. If he didn't refuse, Kachangfeng's efforts to suppress her anger would probably explode. He had no enmity with them, so there was no need to provoke them. His main goal was to enter the city as soon as possible. Zi Chen, you have to be careful when you enter the city. If you don't feel good, you can come find me here. I'll wait for you in the family. Maya looked at Zi Chen with reddened eyes. Zi Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Ku Changfeng, who was standing on the other side, snorted. It was impossible to get out of that place. Maya, Steward Mac, take care! Zi Chen cupped his fists at the two and left. Maya got on the carriage and watched Zi Chen leave. Then she went back to the manor. Zi Chen was about to enter Jingle Town to buy some supplies when his expression suddenly changed. He looked back in the direction of the Mai family's manor. In the sky there, a huge door suddenly appeared. The door emitted a bright light, and there were snakes of lightning swimming on the surface of the door. Then the door opened, and a lightning python rushed out and landed on the ground. A rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth. Thunder began to surge, and the sound was extremely loud. It attracted the attention of many hunters, and the sound of discussion could be heard. That's the thunderclap, 9th heaven? Looking at the door in the sky, Zi Chen's expression changed drastically. As a thunder warrior, he was very sensitive to the power of lightning. He immediately recognized that it was the power of lightning. That was the Thunder tribe's technique, the thunderclap, 9th heaven. The commotion came from the Mai family. Obviously, there was a big battle going on there. One of the Thunder tribe members knew the thunderclap, 9th heaven. Zi Chen regretted not agreeing to Maya's invitation to the Mai family. When he looked behind him, Maya was already gone. Let's go take a look. After quickly coming to a conclusion, Zi Chen could only turn back and fly in the direction of the Mai family. The thunderclap, 9th heaven, had caused an obvious fluctuation in Zi Chen's mind, so he didn't notice that when he changed directions, there was a pseudo-divine beast hiding in the dark, paying attention to his every move. After flying for more than 10 miles, Zi Chen suddenly frowned and looked in a certain direction. Bang! The ground exploded, and a figure flew out, charging straight at Zi Chen. Swish! He tapped his foot and easily dodged the attack. Bang! Bang! Mud flew everywhere, and several figures rushed out from the ground, charging straight at Zi Chen. Swish! Swish! Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he dodged these attacks again. These people all had the strength of a level 4 or 5, and should be the guards of the Mai family. Zi Chen didn't want to fight with them. He only wanted to see the person who had just used the thunderclap, 9th heaven. Thus, after dodging these attacks, he rushed forward. From afar, he saw the huge manor. However, when he saw the manor, he also saw many hunters with weapons in their hands and armor flying in his direction. He didn't need to guess to know that their purpose was to stop him. Don't misunderstand. I'm here to find Maya. Seeing these people rushing forward, Zi Chen could only explain. Kill! What responded to Zi Chen was the sound of killing, the sound of weapons tearing through the air, and the weapons coming at him head-on. Facing these attacks, Zi Chen could only dodge. After dodging, Zi Chen continued to rush forward. Since they didn't listen, he would leave them behind. In terms of speed, the level 5 Zichen could be said to be the fastest among those of the same level. On the solemn city wall, Kuchangfeng's figure appeared. He looked down at Zichen and said, "His speed is not bad. You guys go and meet him." Behind him, the 4 people who had been following him nodded and walked down the city wall. Soon, the gate of the manor opened, and the 4 people rode their pseudo-divine beasts and rushed toward Zichen. Humph! On the city wall of the manor, Kuchangfeng snorted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2540. Hyundai. The deafening thunder had disappeared. It seemed like the battle in the manor had ended. Advertisement. There was no tense atmosphere in the manor, as everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, there was a small commotion outside the manor, for people and 4 mounts in shining armor were charging towards Zichen. As someone who had traveled with him for 5 months, Zichen naturally recognized the 4 of them. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he shouted at the 4 of them, "Hey, I'm here to look for malt, not to cause trouble." His greeting obviously didn't have the desired effect. The 4 of them were silent as they charged towards him. Their eyes were even colder than they had been for the past 5 months. It was as if the pressure they had been suppressing for the past 5 months had finally exploded at this moment. With a flash of cold light, a sharp blade pierced towards Zichen. Zichen shifted his feet and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, 2 attacks came at Zichen's head. Swoosh! Zichen dodged again and took a few steps back before jumping up. As he dodged the attacks of 2 people, he also dodged the attack of the last person. They were all at the 5th tier. Zichen wasn't afraid of them at all. As long as he wanted to, these people wouldn't be able to get close to him. After dodging the attacks of the 4 people, Zichen didn't say anything else and continued to charge towards the manor in front of him. However, the door of the manor was still tightly shut and didn't show any signs of opening. Zichen could only shout at the city wall, "Kuchangfeng, I know you're here. I'm here to look for malt." There was no response from the city wall, and Kuchangfeng was nowhere to be seen. The 4 people who had been dodged by Zichen turned back and charged towards Zichen again. At the same time, the people who had launched the sneak attack earlier also rushed forward and surrounded Zichen. "Kuchangfeng, don't play dumb. I know you're here. I'm here to look for malt." There was still no response. A clanging sound was heard behind him as another sharp blade came towards him. Zichen, who didn't want to cause trouble, didn't want to fight with these people, but they didn't want to let him go. They pretended not to hear his words. This was obviously instructed by someone, and that person was definitely Kuchangfeng. Zichen felt that if he didn't make a move now, it would be impossible for him to enter. "Excuse me, everyone." Thus he cupped his fists and said to the crowd. In the next moment, light began to flash on his body. It was the light of energy that only a level 5 hunter would have. When the surrounding people saw that Zichen was a level 5 hunter, they were all shocked. However, this shock only lasted for a moment. Very quickly, they adjusted their emotions and charged forward once again. "Please go here to read a book, Shua." A sharp blade went straight for Zichen's face. Zichen took a step back, and the sharp blade brushed past his cheek. He reached out and grabbed the opponent's wrist with one hand, while his other hand went straight for the opponent's chest. With a muffled thud, the man was sent flying by Zichen along with his weapon. Pung! Pung! Immediately after, Zichen easily dodged the attacks in the crowd and sent one opponent after another flying. These people were mostly level 4. After being sent flying, they fell to the ground and cried out in pain. But very soon they would stand up again and attack Zichen while howling in grief. Facing this, Zichen was very helpless. He could only deal more heavy blows. Bang! After dodging an attack, he used his hand to chop the opponent's neck and knocked out an opponent. His figure flashed and dodged several attacks. Zichen easily attacked again, and several people were knocked out by his hand. Following the continuous sounds of explosions, level 4 hunters fell down one after another. The remaining level 5 hunters were surrounding and attacking Zichen. However, Zichen had extreme speed and could easily avoid their attacks. Chi! With a flash of sword light, an attack tore through the air and headed for Zichen's back. Zichen turned around, and the sword light brushed past his chest. He used his left hand to strike the throat of the level 5 hunter with lightning speed, causing the level 5 hunter's body to stop. In the next moment, Zichen did a 360-degree turn and used his right hand to strike the back of the level 5 hunter's neck, knocking him down easily. On the city wall, Ku Changfeng, who was watching the battle indifferently, was surprised when he saw the light surging on Zichen's body. Along the way, he was very uncomfortable with Zichen's existence. However, he did not expect that this guy actually had the strength of a level 5 hunter. As the level 4 hunters fell one by one, his expression did not change much. It was not difficult for a level 5 hunter to knock out a level 4 hunter under the suppression of level difference. However, when he saw a level 5 hunter being knocked out so easily, his cold expression changed again. No wonder Malt thought so highly of this guy. He did not expect him to be such an impressive existence. But so what? He was an entire level 5 hunter, and there were almost 10 level 5 hunters below. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to take him down. Bang! At this moment, Zichen struck again with his hand. He struck the back of the neck of the second level 5 hunter with unbelievable speed. The latter's body went limp and he fell down. After knocking out 2 level 5 hunters, Zichen's expression did not change at all. His movements were still as fast and elegant as before. Bang! With another strike, the third level 5 hunter fell in the same spot. Zichen's strength lay in the spot he wanted to attack. All the level 5 hunters present knew this very well, but they could not make an effective counterattack. They could only watch as Zichen's attacks came first, knocking them or their companions down. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that until now they hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes. Bang! Bang! The 4th and 5th level 5 hunters fell down and fainted. Zichen was afraid that the battle would affect them, so he quickly retreated and distanced himself from them. As he retreated a level, 5 hunter launched a sneak attack on him. However, he turned in the air and dodged the attack. At the same time, he struck the back of the hunter's neck with his hand. The hunter's body fell limply to the ground. Only the 4 level 5 hunters who were riding on exotic beasts were left from the group that had surrounded Zichen earlier. It had to be said that compared to them, these 4 level 5 hunters were more difficult to deal with. However, as long as they were level 5 hunters, they would not be a problem for Zichen. The 4 exotic beasts pounced towards Zichen. The level 5 hunters on the backs of the exotic beasts were also holding their weapons tightly. Their weapons were flashing with energy as they slashed towards Zichen. With a tap of his foot, he leaped into the air and twisted his waist in the air, dodging the 2 sword lights. At the same time, he quickly kicked out twice. Following 2 bangs, 2 level 5 hunters were kicked off the backs of the exotic beasts. When the 2 lost control of their bodies, Zichen's figure flashed twice in the air like a phantom. Another 2 bangs were heard. Before the 2 level 5 hunters hit the ground, they were knocked out by Zichen's hand chop. So fast! On the city wall, Ku Changfeng's expression changed again and again. The speed that Zichen had displayed just now had blurred his vision. The 2 level 5 hunters had already lost their ability to fight and collapsed. That kind of speed was definitely at the top of level 5 hunters. Even in the eyes of a level 6 hunter, it was not considered slow. As expected, the other 2 level 5 hunters were not spared from Zichen's speed. They were knocked out one by Zichen. At this point, All the survivors had been knocked out. Only 4 level, 5 exotic beasts were left. They stared at Zichen warily and slowly circled around him. Ku Changfeng, I know you're here. I have something to ask Malt. I'll leave after I get the answer. Zichen said again, looking in a certain direction. His line of sight was blocked by a protruding stone pillar, but he was sure that Ku Changfeng was there. Not only was Ku Changfeng there, but he even made some kind of hand gesture in the next moment. The 4 level, 5 exotic beasts that were circling around Zichen suddenly roared and pounced on Zichen. A strong gust of wind blew, and a powerful aura raged on the battlefield. Previously, they were just mounts, and did not display any strong attacking power. They were just cooperating with their master in battle. But at this moment, they had transformed into pseudo-divine beasts and were under the control of their master. Their real combat power began to be displayed. At this moment, his strength and speed had increased by several times, and he now possessed an extremely destructive power. Under the sunlight, their sharp claws flickered with cold light. They went straight for Zichen's face. The air was torn apart, and there was a sharp whistling sound. Zichen, who was standing in place, moved his body and avoided this attack. At the same time, he was ready to knock out this level 5 pseudo-divine beast. After knocking out all his opponents, he believed that the gate of the manor would naturally open for him. That was what Zichen thought, and that was what he did. But at this moment, a crisis came from the side. It was the attack of the second pseudo-divine beast. Therefore, Zichen could only give up on the first pseudo-divine beast. After dodging the attack of the second pseudo-divine beast, he was ready to attack the second pseudo-divine beast. But when the third pseudo-divine beast came, Zichen could only dodge. At this moment, he was not only facing 4 pseudo-divine beasts, but also pseudo-divine beasts that were under the control of a level 6 beast tamer. They cooperated very closely, and like a well-trained team, they were able to both attack and defend. Facing the coordinated attack of the 4 pseudo-divine beasts, Zichen could only keep retreating, looking for an opportunity to attack. But after retreating several steps, Zichen did not find an opportunity to attack. Not knowing what was going on in the manor, Zichen gradually showed an impatient look on his face. He looked at the 4 pseudo-divine beasts, who cooperated very well, and said indifferently, "Good cooperation, great power, but speed is your shortcoming." After saying this, lightning flashed around him, and the light under his feet changed. His body began to flash rapidly. In Ku Changfeng's eyes, Zichen was still traceable, but in the eyes of the pseudo-divine beasts, Zichen had completely turned into light at this moment. Bang! 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 During this period, the sound of heavy blows could be heard constantly. When the changing light disappeared, the 4 pseudo-divine beasts had fallen down and fainted. Zichen looked at the wall of the manor, where Ku Changfeng was. This time, Ku Changfeng did not hide but appeared in his sight. The two looked at each other from a distance, and both of them looked indifferent. The gate of the manor opened, but it was not to welcome Zichen. Instead, more experts rushed out. Looking at these people, Zichen shook his head and let out a low sigh. Then he relaxed his mind, and the lightning around him began to flash. "Since you won't let me in, I'll come out and meet you." Zichen's indifferent words resounded through the world. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. Chapter 2541. See Undercity, Thunderclap, ninth heaven. Following his indifferent words, Zichen, who was surrounded by lightning, suddenly released a powerful aura. This aura appeared around him and rushed straight into the sky. He, who had been suppressed by the rules, seemed to have broken some kind of shackle at this moment. The powerful aura rushed into the sky and connected with a certain space in the sky. The space there began to distort, and lightning began to flash. There were no clouds in the sky, but thunder began to rumble. It was deafening and powerful. A vast, majestic aura pressed down from the sky. This aura made people feel suffocated. The distorted space became more and more dazzling. Then a huge door appeared. The door was completely surrounded by lightning. The powerhouses who had rushed out of the manor were all stunned. They were all too familiar with the anomaly that appeared above their heads. Just a moment ago, a similar door had appeared in the manor. However, that door was bigger than the one in front of them, and its aura was more powerful. Compared to the two, the door in front of them was like a smaller existence. They were stunned. They looked at the sky in shock and stopped rushing forward. On the city wall, Ku Changfeng, who had a cold expression, was also stunned. He looked at the door in the sky in front of him as if he was looking at a ghost. How can this be? Ku Changfeng's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zichen knew this move. It was exactly the same as that person's move. At this moment, he seemed to finally realize Zichen's real purpose for coming here. He wasn't here to find Maya, to join the My family, or to play hard to get. He really had something to do. His purpose should be related to the door that had just appeared. He was here to find that person, to find that powerhouse. The door appeared in the sky, flashing with lightning. Zichen stood below it, surrounded by the power of lightning. This scene brought about great shock to the crowd. Steward Mac and Maya returned to the manor and the family. The moment they entered the house, they noticed the lightning door in the sky. What is this? A hint of worry appeared on Malt's shocked face. The lightning illuminated her pretty face and made it look very pale. This aura was too powerful. It clearly didn't belong to the My family, but it appeared in the My family at this moment. Don't worry. He's Master's friend. He'll be fine. This conflict is finally over. Steward Mac looked up at the lightning door and sighed. Then they walked toward the door. Thunder kept rumbling, and powerful lightning creatures rushed out of the door and landed in the manor. The earth was shaking and buildings were being destroyed. Wave after wave of powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions. Butler Mai stood in front of Malt, shielding him from the shockwaves that were spreading in all directions. After a moment, the energy shockwaves, and the two continued forward. On the battlefield, Malt saw his second uncle. At this moment, his second uncle was in a very sorry state. There were bolts of lightning crackling around his body, and his aura was very feeble. Second uncle, she shouted. The man was being carried by two people. He looked up at Maya and seemed to be smiling. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. Take him away. A dignified voice sounded. It was Maya's father, the current leader of the My family. He looked similar to Maya's second uncle. Maya turned around and called her father. Beside her father stood a tall man. His hair was disheveled, and he didn't release any aura. However, he gave off a very oppressive feeling. He was domineering and flamboyant. Greetings, family leader. Greetings, Lord Ming. Steward Mac bowed to the two. At this moment, Maya's second uncle was taken away along with other severely injured people. Many of them used to be high-ranking members of the My family. They were all powerful people in the My family, and many of them were at the 6th tier. Thank you for your hard work. The leader of the My family, Mai Chun, nodded at Steward Mac. Then, she looked at Maya with a loving smile. Maya jumped into her father's arms and sobbed. She had been away from home for more than 2 years. Although she had grown a lot, she still cried like a child. My child, it's okay now. Come, greet your Uncle Ming. This time, it's all thanks to Uncle Ming's help. Mai Chun patted Maya's head and smiled. Maya wiped away the tears on her face. She looked at the man obediently and called him Uncle Ming. The man laughed and said, Brother Chun, you have a good daughter. After paying a huge price, this dispute was finally over. After chatting for a while, the man stood up and said, Brother Chun, since this matter has been resolved, I should take my leave. Brother Ming, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't seen each other for many years. We should have a good reunion. Since we're out, there's no need to go back so early. After all, it's not easy to come out, my Chun said. When the man heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, Brother Chun, you don't know. This time, the Lord sent me out to help Brother Chun. I have another mission. A mission arranged by the Lord? Is it very important? My Chun was shocked. She was very respectful to that Lord. It's not important. It's just that it's more difficult to find a person, the man said. Who is it? Why do you have to spend so much effort to find him? It's just a little guy. I don't know who he is exactly. I only know his name is Zichin. Zichin? Uncle Ming, are you looking for Zichin? Maya, who was standing obediently at the side, couldn't help but be curious when she heard that. Why? Do you know him, little girl? The man turned to look at Maya. I met someone called Zichin on the way here. I don't know if he's the person the Lord is looking for, Maya said. Does he have any special characteristics? How old does he look? The man asked. Maya thought for a while and said he looks very young. As for special characteristics, does being handsome count? Steward Mac smiled bitterly when he heard that. What kind of special characteristics was that? When Mai Chun saw her daughter's expression, she frowned slightly and seemed a little worried. What other special characteristics does he have? For example, did he awaken as a hunter? What ability did he awaken? The man asked with an anxious expression. When he came, the Lord had specially instructed him to find this person called Zichin. However, this world was so big, it was easier said than done to find such a person. Now that he heard Maya's words, he was also eager to verify if this Zichin was the person he was looking for. Maya was thinking. Although she knew Zichin very well, she didn't know where to start describing his special characteristics and abilities. This was because Zichen's combat power was very strong in all aspects. There didn't seem to be anything special. He awakened the same lightning attribute as the Lord. His awakened ability is speed. It's very fast. Steward Mac, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Lightning? It's lightning. His speed is very fast. How fast is it? A light flashed across the man's eyes. I've never seen anyone at the same level as him who is faster than him. His extreme speed has a special characteristic, which is that he can flash very quickly. Also, he can flash 9 times to his limit. When Mai Chun heard Steward Mac's words, she was a little surprised and said, Doesn't that mean? The man nodded and said, What else? 9 flashes is not his ultimate speed. His ultimate speed is a speed that can be boosted by external objects, Steward Mac said after thinking for a while. The man asked in a deep voice, The external objects you're talking about should be a type of wing, right? Steward Mac nodded and said, When I first saw his awakened ability, I felt a little familiar. Is he the person the Lord is looking for? Hearing this, the man smiled and said, Of course. I really didn't expect this little guy to grow to such a level. I was a little worried that he was still very weak or that he might have been killed. Where is he now? Didn't he come back with you? No, he said he was going to the city of God for an important mission. He separated from us in Jingwa Town. Now he should be in Jingwa Town or on the road to the city of God, Steward Mac said. Oh, then it's easy to find him. Brother Chun, this little guy is the person the Lord is looking for. Since we have a clue about him, I won't stay here any longer. I have to find him, the man said to Mai Chun with cupped fists. Mai Chun nodded and said, In that case, I won't force Brother Ming to stay. But once you find that child, Brother Ming must come to my family again. Just as the man was about to turn around and leave, a strong fluctuation suddenly came from outside the manor. Although this fluctuation was not as strong as the man's previous attack, it still had a shocking effect. This was because this fluctuation was accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw that in the distant sky there was a flash of lightning, and in the midst of the lightning a lightning door appeared. The moment they saw the door, everyone present was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the move that Lord Ming had just used? Everyone looked at the door, and then at Lord Ming, and their faces were full of shock. After the man recovered from his shock, he laughed out loud. What a good little guy. He even comprehended this. Looks like he just had an epiphany. Just as he finished speaking, a loud and clear voice rang out. My Chun, I'm Zichin. I'm right outside your manor. This voice, accompanied by rolling thunder, spread into the manor and into everyone's ears. It's Zichin. He's here to find me. Hearing Zichen's voice, my Chun's face immediately lit up with joy. My Chun was stunned and did not understand what was going on. He looked at Steward Mac, and Steward Mac smiled bitterly. This was not something that could be explained in a few words. This little guy is smart. He knows to come here to find someone. Lord Ming nodded with satisfaction. Of course. He knew the purpose of Zichen's visit. Let's go and have a look, my Chun said. The group walked out of the manor. Chapter 2542. Thunderous. The moment the Thunder Gate appeared, the people who had rushed out of the manor were all stunned. They stopped and looked up in shock. Just now, an identical Thunder Gate had appeared in the manor. That Thunder Gate was even more powerful. Most importantly, the person who had summoned this gate was a friend of the My Family head, and had come to deal with the internal strife in the family. Now that this person had used the same move, it was enough to prove that this person was together with that expert, or rather, they had some kind of connection. Ku Changfeng had an absolute position in the My Family, and he was also very famous. However, after seeing that gate, Ku Changfeng's orders seemed insignificant. They stopped advancing, and even prepared to retreat. At this moment, Zichen used the sound of thunder to transmit his words to the manor. His voice was heard clearly by everyone. He had come to look for Maya. Everyone in the manor knew who Maya was. She was the daughter of the My Family, the apple of the My Family's eye. Looking at Zichen, who was surrounded by lightning, and then looking at the shocked Kachangfeng on the wall of the manor, many people seemed to have understood something at this moment. With such a huge commotion, they had nothing to do with it. Sure enough, in a short while, figures of light appeared on the wall. The figures of light that appeared were all important figures of the My Family. Zichin, I'm here. Maya saw Zichin, who was surrounded by lightning, and waved at Zichin with joy. Next to him, Steward Mac also nodded at Zichin kindly. Master Ming appeared on the other side and calmly sized up Zichin. When he saw Zichin, the Thunder Gate, and the unconscious people on the ground, as well as the 4 level 5 pseudo-divine beasts, he couldn't ignore them either. Obviously, a battle had just taken place here. As for who the opponent of the battle was, there was no need to guess. The result was that everyone on their side had been completely defeated. At this moment, they could all sense that Zichen's aura was that of a 5th level fighter. However, such a 5th level fighter was able to knock out the entire My Family. Mai Chun frowned. She turned to look at Ku Changfeng and asked, Changfeng, what's going on? Ku Changfeng turned around to look at Mai Chun. His face was pale, but he didn't know what to say. Open the door and let Zichin in. Malt yelled. Above Zichen's head, the rolling thunder and lightning dissipated, and the door also disappeared into thin air. The lightning energy on his body also disappeared. He smiled at Malt and said no need. I'm actually here to find him, but your people won't let me in, so I can only use this method. Read the full text. Zichen used his finger to point at Lord Ming, who was in the other direction. Such an action seemed a little impolite. Looking at Zichen, Lord Ming smiled and said, Why are you looking for me? Zichen shook his head and said nothing. I just want to see who can use the thunderclap, 9th heaven. The one who could use the thunderclap, 9th heaven, was definitely a member of the Thunder Clan. Zichin was also a member of the Thunder Clan. In this world, Existences from the same life star would feel close to each other. When they met someone from the same clan, they would feel closer to each other. This was the purpose of Zi Chen's visit. He just wanted to see his clansmen. If he had to say what purpose he had, it would be to chat with his clansmen. It was that simple. You're looking for me, and I'm also looking for you. Lord Ming looked at Zi Chen and said, I'm Lei Ming. I know you're Zi Chen. I'm here to find you. You're looking for me too? You're looking for me? Zi Chen frowned, looking at him suspiciously. It's a long story. I'll tell you on the way. You're going to the city of God, right? Let's go together. Lei Ming was about to jump off the city wall, but Mai Chun stopped him. Mingji, since you found him, you should stay here for a few days. It's good that this little friend Zi Chen is a friend of my girl. He should stay here for a few days. Let me do my duty as a host and apologize to him. Mai Chun tried her best to persuade him. He was worthy of being the master of a big family. His observation skills were sharp. He didn't need to ask for the details, as he could guess what had happened. Zi Chen had seen Lei Ming use his fighting skills. That was why he had come here to find Lei Ming. However, he was stopped outside the manor by Ku Changfeng. However, he didn't expect that Zi Chen had such a strong fighting capacity. He had arranged for Ku Changfeng to pick up his daughter. Since his daughter had brought this man back, she knew his potential. Perhaps his daughter was a little silly, but Steward Mac was very shrewd. He would definitely try his best to rope in Lei Ming. However, Lei Ming had still left. Obviously, he hadn't succeeded. However, their friendship was still there. This could be seen from Mai Ya's attitude towards Zi Chen. Mai Chun, who knew Ku Changfeng well, also knew that Zi Chen was still stopped outside in the name of finding Maya. This was what he meant by apologizing. Of course, the more important reason was that Lei Ming valued Zi Chen. Zi Chen! The manor's door opened. Maya had already run out. She was very happy that Zi Chen could come. Ku Changfeng saw this scene, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. He was known as the Beast Tamer Prince and had a great reputation. However, this was only for the outside world. To Lei Ming, such an existence wasn't worthy of his attention. This was because Lei Ming came from the City of God, a place where it was difficult to come out after entering. However, Lei Ming could freely travel through it. The two were not at the same level. Maya personally welcomed him. Zi Chen also nodded and walked into the manor with Maya. Those who had already woken up from their fainting states didn't get up until Zi Chen entered the manor. Their faces were full of fear. Humph! Mai Chun snorted discontentedly and turned to walk down. This young man, who had been stopped outside by everyone, was personally received by the head of the Mai family. Greetings, uncle. Zi Chen was very polite to Mai Chun. After that, he greeted Steward Mac. However, when it came to Lei Ming, Zi Chen didn't know how to address him. In the Thunder clan, Lei Ming was definitely an ancestor because he had lived for a long time. Even in terms of strength, Zi Chen had to call him senior. Lei Ming waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Lei Ming." Zi Chen just nodded and didn't really call him by his name. The group walked to the hall. During this time, Maya chatted and laughed beside Zi Chen and introduced him to the scenery of the Mai family. Once they were seated in the hall, there were naturally maids who served them tea and snacks. During this time, Steward Mai told them a few interesting stories, as well as Zi Chen's powerful battle prowess on the way here. Lei Ming nodded repeatedly as he listened, full of admiration. Mai Chun exclaimed, "This is fate." At this moment, Zi Chen was full of doubts. He had a lot of questions to ask Lei Ming, but he didn't know where to start. Lei Ming smiled and said, "If you have any questions, just ask. There are no outsiders here." "Why are you looking for me?" Zi Chen asked directly. "My master asked me to look for you, so I came to find you." I guess what you really want to ask is how I know you and why I went to find you, right? Lei Ming looked at Zi Qin and said. Zi Qin nodded. I come from the city of God. I have news about you, but I don't know the details. I only know that one day, the goddess went to visit my master. Before Lei Ming could finish, he was interrupted by Zi Qin. He asked, Is the goddess you're talking about Yi Qian? Lei Ming nodded and said, Yes, goddess Yi Qian. She told us that you came to this world. She was very worried about you and hoped that we could help you. Is she doing well? Zi Qin asked. How can a goddess not be doing well? Lei Ming looked at Zi Qin and smiled. When the two were talking, Mai Chun and the others were silent. However, after hearing the content of the conversation, other than Maya wrinkling her nose in dissatisfaction, Steward Mac and Mai Chun looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had never seen Yi Qian before, nor did they know her. However, if she was really a goddess, then she was a true big shot in this world and a true upper echelon. They didn't expect Zi Qin to know a goddess. More importantly, Zi Qin didn't know what the goddess represented here. However, that goddess was very concerned about him. They couldn't help but wonder what Zi Qin's identity was to be able to gain the favor of the goddess and make Lei Ming treat him as an equal. The goddess misses you very much. After knowing that I came to find you, she told me about your situation. Lei Ming looked at Zi Qin with a smile. There was more or less a hidden meaning in his smile. Why are you looking at me like that? We're just good friends who came to this world together, Zi Qin said. I know. Before coming, my master asked me to tell you something. What is it? You have the right to pursue happiness. We will support you. Even if the other party is a goddess, we can still help. What does that have to do with anything? I haven't even seen your master. Why would he support me? Zi Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you can really be together with the goddess, we will support you in everything, Lei Ming said. That's not a good joke. Right now, I just want a holy weapon and then leave this world, Zi Qin said. There's no problem with a holy weapon. However, we can't guarantee that you can leave. Of course, if you insist on leaving, perhaps the goddess can help you. Lei Ming's face once again revealed that mysterious smile. Zi Qin really didn't have any thoughts about Yi Qian. Moreover, he wasn't stupid. From Lei Ming's attitude, he could guess that Yi Qian had a noble status here. The conversation ended there. Zi Qin didn't know the true meaning of the goddess in this world. Of course, he didn't know what benefits he could obtain in this world if he had such a goddess as his backer. After staying here for 2 days, the two decided to leave. During these 2 days, Mai Chun treated Zi Qin exceptionally well. However, Zi Qin didn't see Ku Changfeng at all. On the day they left, Malt, Mai Chun, and Steward Mac came to see them off. After bowing to the two and waving at Malt, Zi Qin followed Lei Ming to the city of God. Chapter 2543. C_T. The City of Gods was the most mysterious place in this world. It was also the final gathering place of all the strong martial artists in this world. Author's note. Quick update. The website is clean and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. While walking, Lei Ming turned back to look at Zi Qin and asked, Is there really nothing going on between you and Goddess Yi Qian? Zi Qin rolled his eyes and was too lazy to bother with him. This strong martial artist, although he did not usually put on airs, he was too gossipy. We're just friends. She helped me and I helped her. That's all. The goddess needs your help? Tell me, what did you help her with? Looking at the gossipy Lei Ming, Zi Qin chose to ignore him and started to look at the scenery along the way. Lei Ming saw that Zi Qin did not want to say more and gave up on the idea of asking. He said directly, Before entering the city of gods, do you have any place you want to go? What do you mean? Zi Qin looked at him. What I mean is, before entering the city of gods, Do you have any place you want to go or people you want to meet? Because once you enter the city of gods, it will be hard to come out. Lei Ming put his hands behind his head and walked forward. Didn't you come out? Zichen asked suspiciously. How can it be the same? I have a mission. Master paid a price to send me out. You are different. You are too weak. It is almost impossible for you to come out, Lei Ming said without turning back. Oh, there's nothing else, Zichen replied without even thinking. Nothing? There's nowhere to go. In this world, the number of people he knew was pitifully small. Old Fart Wei and Old Fart John Wu were too far away. A round trip would take more than a year. Fortunately, he did not meet them. A month later, the two of them stood outside the city of gods. The city was huge and tall. It gave people a feeling of grandeur. The city gates were wide open. There were no guards guarding the place, but there were no people coming in or out. There's no one guarding this place? Zichen asked suspiciously. No. Then how can they determine that you have the strength of a level 5? The rules will naturally decide. Lei Ming walked forward with Zichen following closely behind. When they reached the city gates, they saw a curtain of light descending from the sky. Lei Ming glanced at the screen and said, This screen can easily kill anyone below level 5. As long as it exists, there won't be any problems here. Stepping into the light screen, Zichen entered the city of God. Then his eyes widened as he looked at the city in shock. Full text reading, very few people who enter the city of God are able to leave. That's because the city is completely self-sufficient. Rather than calling it a city, it would be better to call it a world. Lei Ming's voice entered Zichen's mind. In Zichen's eyes he saw a boundless city. The city walls towered into the clouds, and he couldn't see the top. All the humans in this city seemed so small. There were many people here. Some were dressed simply. Some are luxurious. Some are sallow and emaciated. Some are fat. Some are businessmen, and some are laborers. This was a city and also a world. There were all kinds of people here. There were upper-class people and lower-class people. The people you see only have one purpose for coming here. Lei Ming's voice sounded. What is it? Zichen looked at Lei Ming. To become a god. Become a god? You can become a god here. A god of the god race. Zichen followed Lei Ming forward. Along the way, he saw many laborers. They were sallow and emaciated and looked like they didn't have enough to eat. But the weakest of them was a level 5 hunter. They were extremely powerful outside. Level 5 is the standard to enter this place. It's also the lowest level. The people you see are all brainless people. Without any background, they dare to enter this place. That's just asking for death. Oh, the ones you see are the lucky ones. At least they have a job. The unlucky ones have already starved to death, Lei Ming said without turning his head. The smart ones only come in when they're at level 6. Of course, the smarter ones only come in when they're at level 7. At this moment, Zichen seemed to understand why Yi Qian went to inform the Lord that Lei Ming mentioned. Perhaps she was worried that Zichen would die here if he came in with level 5 strength. This city was very, very big. If one wanted to go to every corner, it would take 10 years or even decades. It was undoubtedly difficult to find a person in such a city. After walking for a while, Lei Ming came to a carriage shop and hired a carriage. At this moment, Zichen was sizing up the pseudo-divine beast pulling the carriage. Zichen could clearly feel a powerful aura from it. Don't make such a fuss. This is a level 6 transformed beast. But in this city, those that don't transform are more popular. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Zichen was completely dumbfounded. A level 6 transformed beast was actually pulling a carriage. This one is smart. It doesn't need a carriage driver. Give some divine crystals to the carriage shop, and the remaining person will earn. If you find a carriage driver, the divine crystals earned will be given to the carriage driver in proportion. While speaking, Lei Ming got on the carriage, and Zichen followed. Without Lei Ming's instructions, the level 6 transformed beast pulled the carriage on its own. In the carriage, Lei Ming had a colorful crystal in his hand. The crystal contained a powerful energy fluctuation. This is the common currency of this world. It's called divine crystal. Without it, you won't be able to move a single step in this world. If you came here yourself, you would first have to find a job that won't starve to death. Then you can start your mission. Looking at Zichen's contemplative expression, Lei Ming said, "The Jiadu family that arranged for you to come here definitely doesn't have good intentions. They must have found out that we have people here through other means. After all these years, they must have accumulated some resources. That's why they let you in. What they value is not your potential, but your connections here." "Connections? What connections do I have?" Zichen was startled. "I'm your connection. My master is also your connection. Also, all the people from the Life Star are your connections. As long as they know of your existence, all of us will help you." "Why?" "Because you're called Hope. I'm Zichen." Zichen from Hope. Zichen didn't understand Lei Ming's riddle. Now he was guessing whether the Jiatu family had anticipated this scene or not. Just like how the Jiatu family had made arrangements for Jiatu, Huangtu, and the others, once these people from the Life Star knew of his existence, they would also plan everything for him. "Are there many people from the Life Star here?" Zichen asked. "Not a lot, but definitely not a small number." After 2 hours, the carriage stopped. Lei Ming and Zichen walked out. At this moment, they were standing outside a mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, there were 2 statues. One was a winged flying divine tiger, and the other was a dignified dragon tiger supreme. They looked vivid and lifelike. The carriage was already far away. Lei Ming had already paid for the divine crystals. Seeing Zichen staring blankly at the statues, Lei Ming smiled and said, "What's wrong? You haven't seen them before, right?" "I have 2 friends outside. One is the flying divine tiger, and the other is the dragon tiger supreme," said Zichen. Lei Ming smiled, but his smile was strange. The 2 of them walked to the mansion in front of them. At this moment, Zichen noticed that the words Craftsman Mansion were written on the top of the mansion. However, before he could guess who the owner of this mansion was, the 2 statues suddenly shone brightly. 2 powerful auras were emitted from the statues, causing them to instantly turn from statues into living creatures. The 2 giants leaped over. The Dragon Tiger Supreme stared at Zichen with his huge eyes and said, "Little kid, you said you know a Dragon Tiger Supreme. Is it true? You also know the Flying Divine Tiger?" The Flying Divine Tiger also stared at Zichen, looking at the 2 overbearing divine beasts. Zichen shrank back and nodded, saying yes. "Impossible. There is only one flying divine tiger in this world, and that's me. There is only one dragon tiger supreme, and that's me." The 2 of them spoke again. Their voices were so loud that Zichen's ears were buzzing. Zichen thought to himself, "Did I run into 2 lunatics? Or are they idiots?" He looked at Lei Ming for help, but the latter said, "They are not wrong. There is only one flying divine tiger and dragon tiger supreme in this world, and he is right in front of you." Zichen's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. Didn't that mean that these 2 were truly at the great ancestor level? Seeing Zichen's expression, the 2 divine beast ancestors nodded in satisfaction. "Are you looking for a beating again? Instead of guarding the mansion properly, you actually dare to block the path of a guest? Do you believe that I won't chase you away immediately? It's not easy to find other things here, but there are plenty of gatekeepers." Just as Zichen was shocked by the 2's origins, an old voice rang out. The door of the Craftsman Mansion had unknowingly opened, and a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion stood there and spoke. Hearing the old man's voice, The two divine beast ancestors' figures swayed, and they returned to being statues at lightning speed. Zi Chen stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. "Greetings, Lord." Lei Ming bowed towards the old man. "Lei Ming, your speed is really fast. This must be little friend Zi Chen. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly follow me in." While speaking, the old man walked downstairs and pulled Zi Chen's hand as if they were old friends, leading him into the craftsman mansion. It was hard to imagine that this amiable-looking old man was the owner of such a big craftsman mansion, and the one who had just scared the two antique, divine, beast ancestors into statues. After entering the mansion, Zi Chen saw another sky-devouring wolf. However, it wasn't a statue, but a living creature. It wandered around the mansion like a domestic dog. Then, Zi Chen learned that this was the first sky-devouring wolf on the Life Star, and it was also an ancestor-level existence. He was shocked and even a little petrified. There were so many legends about this kind of existence at the forefather level on the Life Star. Each of the legends told how powerful and extraordinary they were. However, among the three powerful existences that Zi Chen saw, two of them were gatekeepers and one was a guard. This seriously subverted his understanding of the legends, and at the same time made him recognize the difficulties of this city. Chapter 2544. Siendere. Zi Chen was still a little dizzy when he walked into the main hall of the Craftsman Manor. Read the whole article. What he saw today had seriously overturned his understanding of the legends. This city of God was even more mysterious and incomprehensible. All the powerful existences he knew had taken on the role of being disgraced. Just like Longhu Supreme and Flying God Tiger, if they were on a Life Star, they would be the peak experts of the world. Once they were angry, the entire Life Star would tremble. It was true that their anger could shake the world. However, in this world, they were guarding someone else's house. Such a difference was like heaven and earth. Little guy, don't be dizzy. This world is just so cruel. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for this old man having some skills and working hard to accumulate such a large family business, no one would want to hire these people to guard other places. The old man looked at Zi Chen, who was in a daze as he spoke. Sir is right. If it weren't for Sir taking them in, their lives wouldn't have been good. Lei Ming nodded and said, "Why, they are the strongest existences on the Life Star. Even in this world, they should be powerful existences, right?" Zi Chen asked, puzzled. "Of course they are powerful, but they aren't the most powerful. In this world, there is the suppression of rules. The most powerful existence is the God. The rules here are set by the God. Everything has to follow the will of the God." Lei Ming said, "God? Is it the God race? Are they very powerful? A true God is even stronger than a great sage. Do you think they are powerful or not? That is another realm. It is also the realm that everyone yearns for. Humans can also become gods. In theory, yes." Zi Chen looked at Lei Ming and said, "But in reality, no one has become a god, right?" Lei Ming spread his hands and smiled helplessly at Zi Chen. In his knowledge, it was indeed possible to become a god. However, until now, no one had cultivated to the god realm. "Little guy, don't worry about whether you are a god or not. Rest well for a few days. I will inform Goddess Yi Qian. She should have something to say to you. If you have any questions, you can ask her later. I believe the goddess's answer will definitely satisfy you." Zi Chen nodded. He indeed needed a period of time to properly digest what he had seen today. 2 days later, Zi Chen accepted reality. Lei Ming told him that these people had entered the path of stars after participating in the war against the outsiders. Step by step, they went deeper into the star path and finally entered this region. It seemed like there were endless opportunities here, and one could even become a god. However, this place was more like a boundless prison, trapping all the strong people in the entire universe. This was also the main reason why so many people had entered the Star Road, but very few had ever returned. This was because there was no possibility of going back after reaching this point. They could only keep moving forward. It was said that there was only one path forward, and that was to become a god and enter the god realm. But after so many years, they had yet to see anyone become a deity. On the 5th day, Yi Qian came looking for Zichen. After not seeing her for a long time, Yi Qian became even more radiant. The clothes on her body flickered with brilliance. After seeing Zichen, her face was brimming with an excited smile. Long time no see. Zichen looked at Yi Qian with a smile on his face, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. There was nothing more delightful than seeing a close friend in an unknown world. I was very worried about you. I thought you would never be able to reach here. Yi Qian came in front of Zichen. She was clearly too emotional, and her eyes were red. I wanted to go out and find you, but they wouldn't let me. So, I know. This time, I have to thank you for informing them. Zichen nodded and went forward to hug Yi Qian. This hug was very natural. Yi Qian also hugged Zichen. Behind Yi Qian, there was an unfamiliar woman. Following closely behind, when she saw this scene, her expression changed instantly. Her eyes immediately revealed a touch of frost. Cough. Friends haven't seen each other for a long time. A hug shouldn't be a big deal. A soft cough came from behind the woman. The owner of the crafts manor walked in. He looked at the scene in front of him with a smile, and the corners of his mouth were about to bloom. The woman turned her head to look at him. Her face was filled with anger, but she seemed to be afraid of him. She didn't go forward to stop him, but just stared coldly at Zichen. The two people in front didn't know what was happening behind them. They didn't even hear the soft cough. This was just a hug between friends. Of course, it wouldn't last long. After coming here, I realized that we weren't in the same place. How did you come here? Yi Qian looked at Zichen and asked with concern. I just walked here slowly. I didn't encounter any great danger. How about you? Have you been well here? Did you suffer? Zichen asked and gestured for Yi Qian to take a seat. Humph. Zichen's words caused a cold snort. Looking in the direction of the sound, Zichen noticed that there was an unfamiliar woman here. She had a long sword in a scabbard at her waist. She was tall and wore light armor. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked valiant and formidable. However, her face clearly revealed a touch of coldness and disdain towards Zichen. The goddess was the darling of this world. She was doted on and loved by everyone. How could she suffer? You country bumpkin, you really don't know anything. Of course. She didn't dare to say these words in front of the goddess. As the personal guard of the goddess, she knew very well that the goddess cared a lot about this country bumpkin. She is. Zichen looked at the woman, who was disdainful and hostile in confusion. She's called Shirlian. After coming here, she has been protecting me. Yi Qian looked at the woman and said, Shirlian, he's the Zichen I told you about. Thank you for helping Yi Qian during this time. Zichen got up and cupped his fists at the woman. Behind Shirlian, the old man saw this and shook his head, calling him a silly boy. Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you call the goddess by her name? Shirlian said coldly. The hostility in her eyes was even more obvious. Zichen was stunned, not understanding what was going on. You country bumpkin, why aren't you bowing to the goddess? If you don't bow to the goddess, are you going against the rules of the city of God? Shirlian said again, her voice cold. Shirlian, Zichen is my friend, not some country bumpkin. Yi Qian looked at this usually well-behaved maid and guard with dissatisfaction. She didn't know why she was suddenly angry today. Goddess, the city of God has rules. How can you let these mortals tarnish your precious body? Shirlian bowed and then stared coldly at Zichen. I've said it before, Zichen is my friend, my only friend. That's enough, you can leave. Yi Qian waved her hand, clearly very disappointed with this maid. Helpless, she could only withdraw, but before leaving, she gave Zichen an unfriendly look. This silly boy. The old man shook his head, nodded at Yi Qian, and then turned to leave. Zichen, please don't take it to heart. After coming here, everything seems to be different. Everyone calls me goddess, and people follow me wherever I go. Through Shi Lian's words, Zichen seemed to truly understand Yi Qian's status here. Perhaps in the outside world, the two of them would be fine, and even the Jeta clan would turn a blind eye. But this place was different. There were true gods here, and in their eyes he was just a mortal. Do you have a way to get out of here? Zichen asked, no longer worrying about Yi Qian's identity. This was the question he was most concerned about after coming to the city of God. Yi Qian shook her head and said, I haven't found a way out yet, but I've asked around. There are only two ways to get out of here. Zichen asked, what are the two possibilities? The first possibility is that you have to be a god. Only a god can enter and leave this world at will. What about the second one? The second one is to pass through the passage of the three forces, but that passage has a certain restriction. As for what the restriction is, I haven't found out yet. But I've heard that you can't enter the Holy King realm. Can't enter the Holy King realm? Aren't all the realms here suppressed? Where did the Holy King realm come from? Zichen was puzzled. The levels here had nothing to do with realms. For example, the fourth level required the body of a holy king. The fifth level required the recognition of the rules. The sixth level required the transformation. And the seventh and eighth level had nothing to do with realms. No matter if you were a holy king or a great saint, if you didn't have a holy king body, you couldn't become a fourth level hunter. This world was created by God. I'm not sure what level God is, but the rules are carried out according to God's will. Once you enter the Holy King realm, you can't go out anymore. As for the conditions under which you can enter the Holy King realm, there's no specific classification. It's said that the rules can be sensed. This world was very mysterious. Even Yi Qian couldn't understand everything. After coming here, she didn't see her father, but everyone was very respectful to her, even to the point of being in awe. She still didn't know much about this world. Zichen, I can't stay outside for too long. I'll find a way to find out about the conditions to go back. Oh, right, if you're free, you can go to the Jata clan. Jatu Huangtu and the others are already here. They might know something about the conditions to go back, Yi Qian said. They're all here? Not only them, Hort, and the people from the Daofu family are also here, and this time the Daofu family sent a very strong person called Daofu Hill. He has already attracted the attention of many people, and his battle strength is very strong. In the place where Yi Qian lived, she was free, but when she came to other places, Yi Qian would be restricted. This wasn't malicious, but because of Yi Qian's status. Knowing that Yi Qian couldn't stay for long, Zichen planned to send Yi Qian outside. But Zichen ignored Yi Qian's status and influence. When he opened the door of the craftsman manor and saw the scene outside, he was stunned. Chapter 2545. See under Sir T. Zichen and Yi Qian walked to the entrance of the crafts manor, followed by the master and Shi Lian. Looking at the scene outside, Zichen was a little dumbfounded. Advertisement. There were many people gathered outside the crafts manor. They were all looking at the crafts manor curiously. The two beast ancestors had already revealed their true forms. They stood outside the crafts manor, releasing a terrifying aura around them. The aura was suffocating, and no one dared to approach them recklessly. Behind the two beast ancestors there was a carriage. Pulling the carriage was a Qilin beast that was shining with colorful lights. It laid on the ground, ignoring the people gathered around it. The carriage behind it was also colorful, as if it was made of colorful gems. Below the window, there was a mysterious symbol that looked like a crown. A suffocating aura was emitted from the symbol. Goddess, it's really the goddess. Look, she's Goddess Ichien. I heard that she'll be crowned soon. I didn't expect Goddess Ichien to be here. Who's that guy who dares to walk with the goddess? How dare you walk side by side with the goddess? Following Ichien's appearance, voices could be heard all around. These people looked at Ichien with admiration and respect as if they were looking at their idol. However, when they turned to look at Zichen, their gazes quickly turned into hostility. Zichen, I'm leaving. Ichien turned around and glanced at Zichen, then walked towards the carriage. Shi Lian walked past Zichen and turned around to look at him as well. However, there was a sense of malice in her gaze. What's going on? Zichen looked at the craftsman's master in confusion. The status of the goddess here is like that of a princess in the mortal world. How can the appearance of such a big figure not cause a commotion? So powerful. Silly boy, that's just a metaphor. How can a princess in the mortal world be compared to Goddess Ichien? If you really want to compare, only the emperors in the mortal world can be on par with the goddess. Zichen was shocked and turned to look at Ichien again. In order to avoid unnecessary attention, Ichien lowered her head and entered the carriage. She did not look at Zichen again. Shi Lian sat on the carriage and glanced at Zichen. The Kirin pulled the carriage away. Wherever it passed, the crowd would step aside to make a path for it, looking at the departing carriage with reverence. After the carriage disappeared from sight, these people once again turned to look at Zichen with obvious hostility in their eyes. He was just talking to Ichien. Zichen didn't know why there were so many hostile gazes. These gazes made him feel a deep sense of pressure. He turned around and walked towards the mansion. At the same time, he secretly warned himself that when he was with Ichien in the future, he must not be so high profile. Full text reading. Where did this guy come from? Go and find out who he is. After Zichen entered the mansion, similar voices continuously rang out from the crowd. After entering the mansion, the elder looked at Zichen and said, Goddess Ichien is quite nice to you. We are friends, Zichen said. The elder smiled and didn't say anything else. This is the craftsman mansion. Could it be that you are a blacksmith grandmaster? This time, Zichen didn't get much information from Ichien. He could only put this matter aside. He turned to look at the elder and asked curiously. The elder laughed and said, It's rare that you didn't describe me as a useless blacksmith. Could it be that you are the master that old Fartway mentioned? Zichen's heart moved and asked again. In fact, he had been guessing in his heart. It was just that he didn't see the elder these few days and didn't have the time to ask. That's me. You can call me the craftsman ancestor. The elder stroked his white beard and revealed the appearance of an expert. After getting an accurate answer, Zichen was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, Before I came, old Fartway asked me to send his regards to you. He said that you can refine saint weapons and also have a way to help me upgrade this weapon. Zichen took out the flying dagger that had been tempered again. The craftsman ancestor glanced at the throwing knife and didn't take it. He nodded and said, Not bad skill. As expected of my eldest disciple's masterpiece. Wait, there is a problem with the technique. Without waiting for Zichen to explain the origin of this throwing knife, the craftsman ancestor nodded again and said, It was made by my youngest disciple. It seems like he really didn't die. As expected of the craftsman ancestor, he could see so many problems with just a glance. Can it be upgraded into a saint weapon? Zichen looked at the craftsman ancestor and asked with some expectation. Of course. The craftsman ancestor stroked his beard and tilted his head, appearing unfathomable. Before Zichen could say his request, the craftsman ancestor said again, However, it is not possible for now. I don't have that many materials here. Where are the materials? I can go find them. The craftsman ancestor shook his head and said, Don't be anxious. After a while, something big will happen here. It is also an opportunity for you. You must grasp it well. What is it? You will naturally know when the time comes. The craftsman ancestor walked forward, and Zichen followed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I came this time mainly because I promised the Jadu family that I would bring back a saint weapon. If I can find the way back. The craftsman ancestor smiled and said, If you can go back now, I will give you a saint weapon right now. Really? Zichen looked at the craftsman ancestor in disbelief. One had to know that a saint weapon was an extremely valuable existence. Until now, among the items that Zichen knew of, there was nothing more valuable than a saint weapon. And his biggest transaction was with the Jatu family. The goddess has already told me the purpose of your transaction. A saint weapon in exchange for a passage. No matter how I look at it, we have profited. In that matter, you sacrifice yourself. Of course, we old fellows who can't do much here will help you. The craftsman ancestor turned around and patted Zichen's shoulder. A saint weapon might be very valuable, but compared to an entire life star, it is nothing. You did what many of us couldn't do. Little guy, you are really good. With that, the craftsman ancestor left. Zichen stood in place, very touched. The next day, outside the craftsman manor, there was a commotion. The sound directly traveled into the craftsman manor. At first, Zichen didn't pay much attention to it, but soon he heard his name being called from time to time. Zichen, there is someone outside looking for you. At this time, Lei Ming came to Zichen's residence. Looking for me? Who? Zichen asked curiously. You will know when you go out. Lei Ming smiled. Could it be Jiatu Huangtu? Besides Yi Qian, Zichen's other friend was Jiatu Huangtu. He also knew that Jiatu Huangtu had come to the City of God. I haven't gone to find you. I didn't expect you to come first. Zichen sped up. Along the way, he saw the patrolling, heaven-devouring wolf. He suddenly stopped, bowed respectfully to the wolf, and then quickly left. The patrolling, heaven-devouring wolf looked at the departing Zichen and nodded. After Zichen left, the craftsman ancestor appeared outside his residence. It seemed that he was looking for Zichen. He didn't see Zichen, but he saw Lei Ming. Master, what do you think about this? Lei Ming asked the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He muttered, It seems that the City of God has been peaceful for too long and wants to have some fun. But don't go too far. I haven't fought for many years, and I don't want to. Master, are you going to fight? Lei Ming looked at the craftsman ancestor with anticipation. In Lei Ming's memory, the craftsman ancestor had only fought once. However, the commotion that time was too big, and even the City of God was shaken. At that time, the City of God was shaken, and the gods all appeared. They wanted to harm the craftsman ancestor because he had seriously broken the rules of the City of God. In the end, their side had sacrificed 2 people to resolve the crisis. After that battle, the craftsman ancestor became very low-key. They also didn't do anything ostentatious. It had been like this until now. However, this time the craftsman ancestor had the intention to fight. This surprised Lei Ming. It also showed how much he valued Zichen. It was just like how he valued that person that year. However, he just hoped that it wouldn't be like so many years ago, where people had to be sacrificed. Zichen walked briskly. He thought that Jiatu Huangtu had come. He didn't know what would happen after he stepped out of the craftsman manor. He also didn't know what it would mean to the craftsman manor, to the people on the Life Star, and to the entire City of God. The door opened, and Zichen walked out. He didn't see Jiatu Huangtu. Instead, he saw dozens of people standing outside. With the 2 beast ancestors present, they didn't dare to approach the craftsman manor. Instead, they stood in the distance, shouting. Each of them held a piece of paper in their hands. Zi Qin, come out. I'm here to challenge you on behalf of my young master. Zi Qin, you disrespected the goddess. I'm young master, Luan Wei's servant. I'm here to challenge you. Zi Qin, come out quickly. Atone for your evil deeds. Voices echoed. Hearing these noises, Zi Qin knew that they weren't holding letters of worship, but letters of challenge. The reason for their letters of challenge was that Zi Qin had disrespected the goddess. How was he disrespectful? Was it just to walk side by side with Yi Qian? Zi Qin didn't know. He only knew that these people were idiots. What young master? He didn't even know him. Why should he accept the letter of challenge? After confirming that there was no one he knew, he turned and entered the craftsman manor. Behind him, mocking voices and shushing sounds could be heard. In this world, there were many poor people who couldn't even have enough to eat and wear. Similarly, there were rich people. For example, the craftsman ancestor and those people outside. They had nothing to do all day. Looking for fun was their only interest. Every day, they would come to the craftsman manor and stay from morning to afternoon. Some of them didn't even want to leave at night, shouting outside. For a time, Zi Chen's reputation shook the city of God, but it was all negative. The craftsman ancestor didn't say anything about the clamoring outside. It was as if everything depended on Zi Chen's wishes. A week later, Zi Qin couldn't sit still anymore. He walked out of the craftsman manor again. Chapter 2546. See Undercity. There were many people living in the artisan manor. They all came from the Life Star and were once famous existences. There were also many existences at the level of the beast ancestor. Perhaps they were suppressed in this world and had to stay in the artisan manor. However, they were still experts. Each of them was a powerful existence. This was a place where so many experts resided. Yet a group of people were wantonly clamoring, ignoring and despising them all day long. Although no one stood out to criticize him, Zi Qin couldn't stand it anymore. They were all experts. They couldn't be humiliated because of their existence. No matter what the cause of this matter was, since they had nothing better to do and had to provoke him, he would fulfill their wish. Hence, he walked out of the artisan manor for the second time. Just as he was leaving, Lei Ming went to report this matter to the artisan ancestor. He's a bold and steady little guy. If it wasn't for us old guys' reputation, their provocation might have failed. The artisan ancestor chuckled when he heard that. He didn't talk to Zi Qin or express his opinion on this matter. He didn't want to put too much pressure on Zi Qin and let him make his own choice. Seeing the artisan manor's door open again, all the noise disappeared. Those people were all staring at the artisan manor's door. They saw Zi Qin walking out with a sheathed saber in his hand. He's out. That cowardly guy finally came out. How dare he disrespect the goddess? He must be punished. After a short moment of silence, a clamor broke out again. This time, it was even noisier than before. Many of them were waving the challenge letters in their hands. If it weren't for the presence of the two beast ancestors, they would have rushed over and slapped the challenge letters on Zi Chen's head. All of you, shut up. The noise made Zi Chen's head buzz. He furrowed his brows and shouted coldly, "What are you doing?" The surrounding noises gradually disappeared, and the place became quiet again. Everyone looked coldly at Zi Qin. Zi Chan walked forward and bowed as he passed by the two beast ancestors. He walked in front of a man and said coldly, "What is the background of that bullshit young master of yours? What is his strength?" The servant glared fiercely at Zi Qin and said, "It's young Master Pulei. Zi Qin, be more polite with your words. Don't say that my young master is bullying you. He's also a level 5 like you. My family's young master has said that as long as you can last 20 rounds in front of him, it'll be your win." Idiot! Zi Chen glanced at the other party and snatched the letter of challenge from his hand. He said coldly, "Tell your bullshit young master to come out and die. Within 3 rounds, I will end this battle." Humph, shameless boasting. Zichin, you've accepted the challenge. You have to go to the arena in Wayne Square in 3 days. If you don't go, Zichin interrupted him and said indifferently, "There's no need to wait for 3 days. Tell him to go there and wait now." Then he walked in front of the second servant who held the letter of challenge and said, "Is your family's bullshit young master or bullshit master? What's his background?" "My family's young master, Hongyan, is a level 5. Don't talk about bullying you. You just have to." Before the servant could finish speaking arrogantly, Zichin snatched the letter of challenge from his hand and said, "Tell your bullshit young master to go to the arena and wait for his death." After that, he asked a few more people and found out that those who delivered the letter of challenge were all level 5. It was obvious that they had purposely chosen these people to challenge him after knowing his cultivation level. After that, Zichin asked these people, "Is there any idiotic young master who is level 6 and wants to challenge me?" This sentence caused more dissatisfaction. In an instant, these servants expressed their arrogance and disdain to use their level to suppress Zichin. Zichin was overjoyed when he heard this. At the same time, he confirmed the guess in his heart. He didn't deliberately choose, but took the remaining letters of challenge and gathered a total of 10. "Go and tell your young masters that I'm going to fight 10 battles in a row today. If they don't dare to come, they can get lost as soon as possible." Looking at Zichin's arrogant expression, these servants were obviously enraged. They first reprimanded Zichin for his arrogance, then boarded the carriages one by one and went back to their own mansions. Very soon, the people here had all left. Obviously, they had all gone to report to their own families. Therefore, Zichin, who was left alone, realized helplessly that he couldn't find the arena at all. He couldn't even find anyone to ask for directions. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he heard the sound of a carriage coming from the side. Then a Qilin beast with flames all over its body appeared in front of Zichin's eyes, pulling a carriage. Zichin had seen that Qilin beast before. It was in the crafts manor. When he saw it, he was very shocked. At this moment, Lei Ming was waving at Zichin from the carriage, pulled by the Qilin beast, asking him to come over. Zichin walked over and was about to ask what they were going to do when Lei Ming said, "I've accepted the challenge. You can't find the way, right? I'll take you there. It's not appropriate, right?" Looking at the Qilin beast pulling the carriage, Zichin was bewildered and hesitant. The Qilin beast pulling the carriage was the real ancestor, level existence of the Life Star. It was obviously inappropriate to let it pull the carriage for him. "Let's go. We don't care about these things here. Besides, we need to show off wherever we go, right?" In the end, Zichin couldn't persuade Lei Ming. He could only bow to the fire Qilin and then get on the carriage. It was a fire Qilin. Its quality wasn't weaker than the colorful Qilin that pulled the goddess carriage. Wayne Square was a big square. Of course, it wasn't the only square in this city. It was relatively close to the Crafts Manor, where there was a battle arena. In a place like this, which was similar to a prison, the existences who couldn't feel pain would have all kinds of perverted fun. Thus, this battle arena was born. When Zichin arrived, he found that many people had gathered here. Moreover, each of their carriages was more luxurious than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other. Of course, when the Qilin beast, which was the same as the goddess carriage, appeared, no one dared to challenge it. The square quieted down. Everyone was looking at them. After a short moment of astonishment, those people showed dissatisfaction on their faces. It was because the goddess was high and mighty. You disrespected the goddess, so you should be punished. However, you dared to use the Qilin beast, which was the same as the goddess carriage. It wasn't just showing off, but also disdaining everyone. Thus, before the battle started, all kinds of scolding voices arose. Lei Ming didn't care about them at all. He walked directly to the battle arena in the square. At this moment, there were already 10 young people standing on the battle arena. Of course, they were all men. Their expressions were ugly. Their faces were full of anger, as if they were arguing about something. When they saw Zichen's carriage appear, they all turned around and vented their anger on Zichen's carriage with their gazes. Zichen walked down from the carriage. The scolding voices around him became more and more intense. They kept repeating the same words about, "How dare you disrespect the goddess?" Zichen didn't care about them at all. He walked up to the battle arena step by step. You're finally here. Your opponent is me." A young man took the lead. He held a long sword in his hand and stared coldly at Zichen. "Your opponent is me." It should be me. However, before Zichen could speak, the others stepped forward one by one. Every single one of them expressed the same desire to fight first. Obviously, this was the reason why they were arguing earlier. At this moment, there were quite a few influential people in the square. For example, there was an old man surrounded by many people. He looked at the square and said, "These young people are all outstanding talents with extraordinary strength. That little kid called Zichen dares to say that he can fight 10 battles a day. He's completely arrogant. It'd be embarrassing if he can't even win a single battle." The people around him nodded in agreement. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "I know a little about these 10 people. Let's see how this arrogant little kid chooses later. If he's unlucky and chooses the stronger one, I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than a few moves before losing." The people around him agreed with him once again. At this moment, Zichen looked at the 10 people who were arguing until their faces were red. He said indifferently, "Aren't you just asking for a beating? Don't tell me you can't wait anymore. Don't worry, I've always been a fair person. I won't beat the other party, less just because they came first." Zichen's words completely angered the 10 people. They stared fiercely at Zichen with murderous intent in their eyes. Obviously, they were not frightened. So Zichen pointed at one person and said, "Okay, then you. The others don't need to go down. The battle will be over soon." Arrogant. Zichen's words were not suppressed. They were completely spread out. Those who heard his words immediately had such thoughts in their minds. Among them, the old man from before snorted and said, "What an arrogant kid! This person is called Hong Yan. Whether it's speed or strength, he's at the peak of his level. If it were someone else, he might be able to hold on for a while. But against Hong Yan, I'm afraid he'll be defeated in 20 moves. All of you go down. 20 moves. I want to destroy him in 20 moves." Hong Yan, who was Zichen's chosen opponent, said angrily, "20 moves, huh? Okay, I'll fulfill your wish." Zichen nodded, then looked at his opponent and said, "Is there a referee for the battle?" "No, let's start now." As Hong Yan's words fell, Zichen rushed forward. His footsteps changed, leaving behind afterimages. "Your speed is useless against me," Hong Yan's voice sounded, and he punched at one of the afterimages. "Is that so?" Zichen's words sounded in Hong Yan's ears, causing him to be shocked. Then he felt a pain in his abdomen, and his body flew up. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.